True, there was an element of bluff in this eyeballing of the rabbis. Justinian, who had thought nothing of driving the philosophers of Athens into exile, had no corresponding intention to force the closure of the schools of Tiberius. In fact, to a large degree, they served his purpose. The rabbis offered to the emperor a living assurance that there did authentically exist a religion such as Judaism, one with authority figures and a clearly defined orthodoxy, the mirror image of his own. The alternative, to acknowledge that in the great ocean of belief there might still be those who swam untrammelled beyond the twin dragnets of Christianity and Judaism, was infinitely more unsettling. The rabbis themselves would probably not have disagreed. After all, it was hardly unflattering to their pretensions to imagine a world in which there were Jews and Christians, and no one else. It was telling, perhaps, that the watchtowers built on Mount Berenice were not confined to its summit. Although the presence of the great church clearly established where the supremacy lay, Justinian did not neglect to offer his protection to the Jews as well. The fortifications ran right down the slope of the mountain and enclosed the entire city. The Jews may have been second-class subjects, but they were at least within the fold. There remained others, however, who were harder to sort. Not everyone who trod the sacred dust of the Holy Land could be categorized neatly as a Christian or a Jew. Much though both emperors and rabbis might have wished it otherwise, Palestine was simply too God-haunted, too dream-crowded, too memory-stalked for that. Right in the heart of the province, for instance, there was a people who openly derided both Christian churches and Jewish synagogues as abodes of idolatry, and all those who worshipped in them as upstarts. The Samaritans, inhabitants of a region midway between Jerusalem and Galilee, named Samaria, claimed that they, and they alone, had preserved the unadorned wishes of heaven. "There is no God but one," they declared. "Let us believe in him and in Moses, his prophet." From these simple presumptions, so it seemed to the Samaritans, much else inevitably flowed. All the scriptures penned since the time of Moses, whether by Jews or Christians, were mere deluded vanity. The purity of the teachings that God revealed to his prophet had been corrupted by any number of subsequent accretions. Jerusalem, far from being a holy city, had been promoted as such by David and Solomon for purely political reasons. In truth, it was neither the Temple Mount nor the rock of Golgotha that constituted the centre of the world, but rather a wooded peak in Samaria, Mount Gerizim. It was here, on a flat expanse of rock named the Eternal Hill by the Samaritans, that Noah's Ark had landed. Abraham had prepared to sacrifice Isaac, and the laws given to Moses had been preserved. To believe any differently, as the Jews and the Christians did, was to distort the primal teachings that God had revealed to the ancient prophets. It was to neglect the principal duty of humanity, due submission to God. None of which, needless to say, did much for the Samaritans' popularity with their neighbours. Jewish scorn for their pretensions ran particularly deep. For centuries, in a blatantly tit-for-tat manner, the rabbis had accused the Samaritans themselves of being the idolaters. This on the supposed grounds that they were descended from pagans and worshipped a dove. As a result, far from embracing them as potential allies, most Jews refused even to sit down with them, let alone consume their wine or food, although the odd rabbi was prepared to grant that it might be legitimate to tuck into one of their boiled eggs. As for Christians, the sanctions they applied would prove in the long run to be of an altogether more forceful order of brutality, an exercise in state-sponsored violence bred of wholly predictable tensions. Despite the fact that the Samaritans were permitted to serve in the Roman army, and indeed had long enjoyed an impressive reputation among their commanders for martial savagery, Christian relic hunters had still ransacked Mount Gerizim, and Christian colonists had still flooded into Samaria. In 484, Samaritan patience had finally snapped. A bishop had been mutilated in his own cathedral. Churches had been desecrated. Open rebellion had blazed right across central Palestine. The provincial authorities, although initially taken by surprise, had been ruthless in crushing the revolt. Samaria had been left littered with some 10,000 corpses. All Samaritans, unsurprisingly, had been demobbed from imperial service for good. The crowning act of vengeance, however, had been to ban them from the sacred slopes of Mount Gerizim, and to build on its previously unadorned summit a church within a fortress. And on the church, as one Samaritan historian would bitterly record, there was constructed a very high tower, which was painted white, and from which lamps were hung to glow in the night, so that all in Constantinople and Rome might see them. There was, of course, as any Jew could have pointed out, nothing particularly groundbreaking about this display of imperial vindictiveness. The Samaritans, however, had not had 400 years to adjust to the loss of their holiest sanctuary, nor could they quite bring themselves to believe that God would permit its continued desecration. Desperation and rage duly festered. A few decades on from the Great Revolt, when a small band of Samaritan insurgents, prompted by the suggestion of a woman, sought to seize back the summit of Mount Gerizim from its Christian garrison, the incipient rebellion was quarantined only with difficulty. And, in 529, when rioting saw a number of Jews and Christians killed by a mob of Samaritans, the spark proved sufficient to light a second conflagration. For a brief while, it seemed as though not only Palestine, but the whole empire might be cut in two. For a warlord who shared with the long-dead pagan emperor the sinister name of Julian, a man variously described as a king, a messiah, or a bandit chief, proclaimed the foundation of a Samaritan empire, blocking the roads from the north and menacing Jerusalem. Adding yet further spice to the rebellion, the insurgents staged a number of highly pointed atrocities, of which the most spectacular was the incineration of a bishop on a bonfire fueled by the relics of Christian martyrs. Insults such as these, of course, might almost have been calculated to provoke a devastating response. The imperial vengeance, when it finally came, was inevitably a terrible one. The rebel army, brought to battle, was annihilated with such efficiency that 20,000 Samaritan warriors were left dead, including a summarily decapitated Julian. New, more impregnable fortifications were raised around the summit of the Eternal Hill, and the slopes of Mount Gerizim scoured clean of every last trace of a Samaritan presence. Meanwhile, across the rest of Samaria, the ruin was universal. Land that had once been hailed as the most fertile in the world was now a wilderness of carrion, rubble, and weeds. As for the Samaritans themselves, there seemed nothing left to them but despair. Many, abandoning the God who had so transparently failed them, sullenly submitted to baptism. Others, slumping into a numb isolationism, hunkered down in remote villages, where they ostentatiously covered any footprints left by visiting Jews or Christians with burning straw. Yet others, however, tried to keep the banner of rebellion flying, not by making a stand in Samaria, but by retreating beyond the border. As many as 50,000 of them, fleeing the reprisals of Justinian's death squads, made a break for Mesopotamia, where they threw themselves on the mercy of the aged Karvad. The Shahanshah, rather than swallow the assurances of the Samaritans that they could deliver him Palestine, opted instead to put them all in chains and pack them off to toil in a gold mine. Nevertheless, back in Palestine itself, the Roman authorities remained twitchy in the extreme at any prospect of a Samaritan retrenchment just over the border. In the wake of the revolt, when 20,000 Samaritan boys and girls were handed over to slavers, it was specifically decreed that they must be sold as far afield as possible, preferably in Persia or India. The prospect that any of them might grow up within striking distance of their homeland was altogether too alarming to be tolerated. There was more to this anxiety than mere paranoia. Notwithstanding the milk and honey that flowed through the Holy Land, it bordered directly onto wilderness, and wilderness, as it had ever done, spelled danger. Right on the doorstep of Jerusalem, along the 15-mile road that led eastwards to Jericho, menace lurked behind every barren rock, so that what had long since come to be named the Bloody Way was as notorious for banditry as anywhere in the empire. South of Jericho, where steepling cliffs plunged down towards the aptly named Dead Sea, there was an even more intimidating landscape, formed of nothing but dust, salt, and mud. It was here, in the wake of the burning of the temple in the 1st century A.D., that an army of Jewish rebels had made a last doomed stand. But already, long previously, the region had borne spectacular witness to the incineration of a sinful people, and to the full, devastating horror of where the angering of God might lead. On the eastern shore of the Dead Sea, where the mud bubbled at its filthiest and most stinking, 2 mighty cities had once stood, Sodom and Gomorrah. Their inhabitants, so moralists recorded, had been wholly given over to vice, to rape, to sex with people of their own gender, and to breaking wind in public. Provoked beyond endurance by such depravity, the Almighty had duly decreed the obliteration of the 2 cities. Fire and brimstone had rained down upon them. The smoke of the land went up like the smoke of a furnace. Of Sodom and Gomorrah nothing had remained, saving only the odd salt-caked ruin to serve passers-by as an admonition and a terror. The lesson was not entirely bleak, though. On the southern shore of the Dead Sea there stood a church, and inside the church there was a cave. It was said that Abraham's nephew, Lot, graced by a tip-off from some angels, had sheltered here with his family, the only survivors of the annihilation of Sodom. The implication of this, that a righteous man such as Lot might be spared the ruin of a doomed people by fleeing into the wilderness, had not gone unremarked over the centuries. Samaritans were hardly the first refugees to have sought sanctuary beyond the borders of the Promised Land. Back in the days of their own persecution by Rome, Christians had done the self-same thing. Some of them, even after the conversion of Constantine, had refused to return from the desert to the temptations of everyday life. Among the cliffs beyond Jerusalem, as on the mountains around Antioch or in the desert of Sinai, ascetics had looked to build for themselves a city of God. In the midst of a drear and bandit-haunted wilderness, the monasteries that dotted the eastern flank of Palestine aimed to blaze like bulwarks of paradise. Manned by warriors of God from across the empire, linked by paths that crisscrossed the wilds like the cords of a far-flung net, and buttressed by imposing stonework that gave them the look of fortresses, these lavras, as they were called, served the Church in its great battle against the demonic as an awesome first line of defence. Out in the desert, where Christ himself had been tempted by the devil, only the spiritual elite could hope to prosper. The weak fell away. The strong grew even stronger. This was why, in the Holy Land, it was the monks who constituted the shock troops of orthodoxy. Forged in the blast furnace of the desert, they brought to the practice of their faith a show of fortitude, of discipline, of steel. They, more than anyone, could be relied upon to embrace martyrdom at the hands of Samaritans, to stage public protests against any hint of concession to the Monophysites, to press the imperial authorities to hold their nerve in the battle against every last enemy of God. Vital tasks anywhere, but in the Holy Land especially so. Arm yourselves against heresies, against Jews, against Samaritans, against pagans. So had urged Cyril, a golden-tongued bishop of Jerusalem back in the 1st century of the city's existence as a Christian capital, warning converts there of the peculiar charge that God had laid upon their shoulders. Many are your enemies, Be sure you have ammunition. 2 centuries later, the marks of just how successful Cyril's call to arms had been were everywhere to be seen, stamped on the face of the Holy Land. On the hill above Tiberias, on the summit of Mount Gerizim, in the mouldering shells of abandoned temples. There were, however, few visible traces of perhaps the most telling victory of all. Cyril, in the advice offered to his converts, had lingered on one particularly mortal threat. If a book is not read in a church, then do not read it yourself, even alone. Specifically, he had cautioned against those seeming scriptures that bore the title of gospel, but were false and full of deceit. Such a warning, of course, would have been valid anywhere, but in the Holy Land especially so. Not every Christian who flocked there was necessarily orthodox, after all. A yearning to walk in the footsteps of Christ did not necessarily imply obedience to the Council of Nicaea. There were grounds for alarm, as well as self-satisfaction, in the cosmopolitan character of the Holy Land. Nowhere else in the world, as Cyril had well appreciated, were banned gospels, banned doctrines, banned identities likelier to be available. Moreover, immigrants were not the only heretics to be found in Palestine. Camped out on the frontier between Christianity and Judaism, and what had become, since the Council of Nicaea, an ever more brutally patrolled no-man's land, there lingered still a few obdurate squatters. Jews who honoured Christ as a just man, and Christians who yearned to see the temple restored. How were these to be categorized? As pestiferous impostors, came the ringing answer of the Church. For though they pretend to be both Jews and Christians, yet they are neither. Add to this unsettling mix the Samaritans, who were darkly suspected of having fostered the swarming plague of Gnostics, and it was no wonder that bishops such as Cyril regarded the melting pot of faiths to be found in Palestine as so potentially toxic. To scholars of his generation, the threat from heresy in the Holy Land seemed as terrifying as ever. After all, if a Jew could be a Christian, and a Christian a Jew, then who was to say what further monstrous fusions of belief might be possible? Answers to that, in the manuscript-littered libraries of the Holy Land, were certainly still there for those with eyes to see. Jerome, ever the assiduous bookworm, had reported in a tone of mingled horror and fascination his perusal of a gospel written in Hebrew that contained the noxious teachings of a sect called the Nazareans. These heretics, who had the nerve to claim descent from the original Jewish church that had existed prior to the arrival of Paul upon the scene, taught something truly shocking, that the Holy Spirit was not only female, but the heavenly mother of Christ. Nor was that the worst, by any means. To true connoisseurs of heresy, the Nazareans ranked as mere beginners. The Church's leading specialist in such matters, a bishop from Cyprus by the name of Epiphanius, had identified an infinitely more sinister attempt to poison the faithful with the toxin of Jewishness. Explaining to his shocked readers the existence of Christians who denied the Trinity and held Jesus to have been merely a man who obeyed the law of Moses and who turned in the direction of Jerusalem when they performed their daily prayers, the learned bishop had fingered a teacher called Abion, a veritable monster, so Epiphanius claimed, who had blended Judaism with the repulsiveness of the Samaritans, not to mention a whole host of other heresies too. In such a figure, then, could be caught the ultimate glimpse of a world in which Christians and Jews forgot their proper place, a world in which there was nothing to stop some innovative heretic from taking an item of preaching from every sect and patterning himself after them all. No wonder, then, that bishops such as Cyril and Epiphanius, backed up by the militant fervour of the province's monks and the muscle of the imperial Roman state, should have laboured long and hard to impose an orthodox model of Christianity on the Holy Land. No wonder either that the Jews, menaced as they were by such a project, should have regarded with an increasingly suspicious hatred those of their number who still thought to call upon the name of Christ. People such as the Nazareans or the Ebionites, squeezed from both sides, duly found themselves pushed ever deeper into the shadows. There was nothing for them to do in the battleground for rival faiths that Palestine had become, save to retreat into ever deeper oblivion. No man's land, in the final reckoning, had proved an impossible place to be. Certainly, by the time of Justinian, no bishop thought to bother himself with the Ebionites, nor any rabbi either. Their doctrines and their doings had become things so spectral as to have been almost entirely forgotten. The Christians and the Jews of Palestine, cordially, though they might detest one another, could at least agree on one thing. Hybrids were beyond the pale. And perhaps literally so. If indeed the Ebionites and their like did manage to cling on to a precarious existence within the Christian empire, then it could only ever have been on the margins, on the Golan Heights above Galilee perhaps, or in outposts planted deep in the desert. To those defined by the Church as heretics, as to refugees from Samaria, it was no longer their traditional heartlands that held out the surest prospects of survival, but rather the wilderness. The result was a curious irony, for even as the frontier between Palestine and the desert was being colonized by the shock troops of Christian orthodoxy, by monks and ascetics, so also did it bear a certain ghostly witness to the world as it had been before the establishment of Christianity, when the borders between rival faiths had been less clear-cut, more vociferous. Just as the massive stonework of a lavra, a desert monastery, proclaimed the truth of the new, so also were there to be glimpsed, faint perhaps, but present all the same for those inspired to track them down, the broken traces of a far more ancient order. In the wilds between Palestine and Sinai, for instance, there stood shrines raised by tribesmen who still worshipped a whole multitude of gods, polytheists, as they were contemptuously termed. Meanwhile, in the cliffs above the Dead Sea, it was not unheard of for mysterious scrolls to be excavated from chambers in the middle of the mountain with many books in them, scrolls that might prove to contain versions of the Jewish scriptures, but fabulously ancient, and with strange and variant readings. Clearly, then, amid the dryness of the sands, prospects for the survival of otherwise long-forgotten manuscripts were not altogether hopeless, and perhaps, that being so, the same was true of long-obsolete doctrines too. Out in the wilderness, after all, beyond the reach of the Christian empire and the monks who had colonized its periphery, there was no one greatly to care which gods people might worship, nor which books they might read, nor which obsolete beliefs they might hug to themselves. Out in the wilderness, there was no one to patrol the frontiers of faiths that elsewhere, once and for all, had put up the barricades. The Wolves of Arabia. Like sand borne on an easterly wind, hints of the strange and aberrant beliefs that simmered in the desert were occasionally still to be found, even in the Holy Land itself. Some 20 miles south of Jerusalem, for instance, at a spot set among open fields named Mamre, pagans from beyond the frontiers of Palestine would gather every summer to keep a brilliant feast. The roots of this festival were quite fabulously ancient, for they had as their focus an oak that was the oldest tree in the world. Neither Jews nor Christians thought to dispute this sensational pedigree. Both were agreed that the tree was as ancient as creation, and that it had been a favourite of Abraham's to boot. A well dug by the patriarch still stood beside it, and although the oak itself, thanks to the merciless attentions of Christian souvenir hunters, had long since been hacked down to a stump, an unmistakable aura of holiness still attached itself to the mutilated trunk. In the first book of the Bible, it was recorded that Abraham, sitting in the shade of the oak, had played host to 3 mysterious strangers, who had delivered him the good news that his wife, Sarah, hitherto barren, was to bear him a son. 2 of the strangers had then continued on their way, but the third, informing Abraham of his intention to wipe out Sodom, had stood revealed as none other than God himself. Nothing, then, could have been more offensive to Jews and Christians alike than the hosting of a festival at such a spot, and, sure enough, both had made repeated efforts to redeem it from the polluted attentions of the pagans. As far back as the time of Jesus, a Jewish king had raised a large wall around both tree and well, with the aim of staking out the very place, the Makum, where Abraham had stood before the Lord. Some 300 years later, Constantine had gone one better by ordering a church to be constructed directly over the oak. As well he might have done, for Christians were agreed that the 3 strangers entertained by Abraham could only have been the Trinity, and that Mamre, as a result, had always been a place of pristine sanctity, devoted to the worship of our Saviour. Certainly, in the stern judgment of Constantine, all pagan claims to the site were the merest falsehood and blasphemy. Stripped of all its obscene accumulation of idols and blood-stained altars, the oak stood revealed as what it had been way back in the time of Abraham, a thoroughly Christian tree. The pagans, however, oblivious to this transcendent truth, had persisted in visiting Mamre. More than a century after Constantine had attempted to ban their summer festival, they were still flocking to the sacred oak, where they would sacrifice cockerels, pour wine, and throw cakes into Abraham's well, and ostentatiously abstain from sex. Such behaviour, at a time when paganism elsewhere in the Holy Land was being harried and bullied into extinction, required a deal of nerve. Nor was it greatly surprising that most of the festival-goers came from beyond the borders of Palestine. Indeed, that they belonged to a people widely scorned across the Near East as the most superstitious and ignorant in the world, and whose contempt for monarchs and their laws had long been notorious. The Arabs, tribesmen who haunted the interminable wastes that stretched south of the Fertile Crescent, could boast a record of barbarism more venerable than the empires of either Persia or Rome. Dwelling, as they do, in the distant desert, they know neither overseers nor officials, a state of affairs so mind-bogglingly unnatural that even a king of Mesopotamia, back in the distant days when Solomon's temple still stood in Jerusalem, had thought to make a note of it. 1,000 years on, opinions had barely improved. The Arabs appeared as reluctant as ever to put down roots. They were despised, not merely as pagans, but as pagans who lived in tents. To an aristocrat in his palace, as to a peasant in his field, the inveterate shiftlessness of such nomads was both a menace and an affront. That the Arabs, in their disdain for the norms of civilization, were possessed of an almost timeless quality of ferocity, like that of the deserts where they lurked, was widely taken for granted. Less than human, they were something more than beasts. In battle, it was not unknown for them to drink their victims' blood, while even in their love-making, so it was darkly rumoured, they were quite explosively violent, women as well as men. Nervous travellers venturing beyond the limits of cities and farms viewed the half-naked Arabs on their horses or camels as a menace no less deadly than the most ferocious desert predator. For, like rapacious kites, which have only to catch sight of prey from on high to swoop down upon it with outstretched talons, they make off with whatever they can seize. An insult that would no doubt have delighted the Arabs themselves. To be as free and as feared as a bird of prey was, in many ways, everything they most desired. What other peoples condemned as shiftlessness, they prized as liberty. I journeyed with a brown whip, its handle bare of its original thonging, with its lash hanging from its loop. To ride like this, alone with the horizon infinite all around, was to know oneself with a rare and vaunting conviction, the utter opposite of a slave. Wherever Arabs gathered, whether in the shade of an embroidered tent or around a fire beneath the stars, they were sure to sing the praises of wine, slim-waisted women, and warriors who acknowledged no master. The nomads of the desert might have been despised, but they were also feared. When the Persians charged Dahak, the demon king, with having been one of their number, and the Romans condemned them for their slaving and kidnapping as agents of the devil, the Arabs were being paid a form of tribute. Better a bandit than a dependent, after all. Who were the subjects of the Shahanshah or of Caesar to presume otherwise? In truth, though, the Arabs were not quite the lone wolves of their victims' paranoia. Their realm was an unremittingly harsh one, and no man could possibly survive amid the sand, salt flats, and wind-weathered lava beds without others to watch out for him. Even to the hardiest and haughtiest warrior, family was everything. We follow the ways of our forefathers, those who kindled wars and were faithful to the ties of kinship. This resounding brag expressed the very essence of an Arab's identity. Extended networks of relatives blurred seamlessly into tribe. All men who could claim descent, however implausibly, from a single imam, a founding father, were to be reckoned his sons. Bound by a single inheritance of custom and achievement, of sunnah, warriors who might otherwise have torn each other to shreds were enabled to unite without loss of face, and turn on all those neighbouring bands of rivals who might have done the same. The great joy of an Arab's life, even more than the pillaging of caravans or the slaughtering of camels in honour of some ivory-skinned beauty, was to feud violently with another tribe. Much was bound to derive from it: honour, excitement, maybe even a well or two. That there was an essential pointlessness to such contests, an unvarying and remorseless quality, much like that of the desert itself, did not in any way lessen the enjoyment of those who indulged in them. The great deeds performed by a tribe's ancestors, rehearsed as they were in glowing, if suspiciously interchangeable, verses by its poets, offered its warriors both backdrop and inspiration. Memories of ancient battles, if gilded with sufficient imagination, might serve to dignify even the most squalid scuffle. As a result, among the Arabs, past and present were barely distinguishable. While it might be possible for one particularly recent and stirring episode to serve the tribe who commemorated it as a line drawn in the otherwise interminable sands of time, all it needed was for some new victory to be won, some new livestock or women to be seized, and the line would promptly be erased and quite forgotten. Certainly, the law that every tribe lovingly preserved about itself was concerned with nothing so tedious as chronology. It was known quite simply as ayam, days. Yet in truth, even in the remotest stretches of the desert, the Arabs were never wholly immune to the tug of great events in the world beyond. The ebb and flow of great power politics had even, on occasion, come to alter their entire way of living. Time was, for instance, when Arab merchants had been famously sweet-smelling. For frankincense, an aromatic spice that had once been burned in near-industrial quantities on pagan altars, was cultivated exclusively in Himyar, on the southernmost tip of their peninsula. Back in the age of Solomon, the queen of this incense-growing land, Sheba, as it had then been known, had visited the great king in Jerusalem, trailing perfumed clouds of glory in her wake, while more recently, among the Romans, its inhabitants had been famed as the happiest and most prosperous of men. All that, however, had changed with the toppling of the pagan gods. Christ demanded no incense. The trade between Rome and the frankincense growers of Himyar had duly withered. The Arabs, no longer renowned for their perfumes, became notorious instead for their reek of leather and camel shit. Caravans might still toil across the desert, but those who rode alongside them now tended to play the demeaning and insecure role of middlemen. That it was worth the while of camels freighted with all the luxuries of India, pepper, gemstones, and castrated page boys, to plod their way across the sands towards Palestine and Syria, owed everything to the whims of distant emperors, to the calculations of bureaucrats. A treaty renegotiated here, a customs post closed down there, and everything would abruptly change. Merchants, camel drivers, bandits, all might find themselves ruined overnight. Prey as they were to such insecurity, there had always been some Arab tribes eager to set their fortunes on a firmer footing. Some, like the Nabateans, a people who occupied the southern fringes of Palestine, had exploited their position between the trade routes of the desert and the Mediterranean to create a fabulously wealthy commercial hub, centred on their pink-hued capital of Petra. Others, looking to take a shortcut to power, had aimed to infiltrate the cities of other peoples and then to seize their commanding heights, a policy of playing cuckoo in the nest that explained why the kings of Edessa had been of Arab descent. Nevertheless, the independence of such states, menaced as it was by the domineering shadow of Rome, had always been a rickety thing. As early as AD 106, the kingdom of Nabatea had been gobbled up entire and reconstituted as the province of Arabia, and although Edessa held out against formal assimilation into the empire for a further 150 years, it had never been left in any doubt as to its thoroughly subordinate status. Riches and sophistication. These, it appeared, might certainly be obtained by the Arabs. The price, however, was a high one, the loss of honour, of liberty, of all that made an Arab. How, then, was this awkward circle to be squared? In 270, just a few decades after the annexation of Edessa, there had arrived a spectacular straw on the wind. Zenobia, the queen of an oasis city named Palmyra, midway between Antioch and Ctesiphon, had made a pitch for nothing less than the whole of the Roman Near East. Syria, Egypt, and much of Asia Minor all fell to the sudden onslaught of her armies. Granted, her moment in the sun was fleeting. Defeated outside Antioch in 272, she was taken to Rome and paraded as a living trophy, while her desert capital was abandoned to slow decay and oblivion. The true significance of her comet-like blaze, however, had lain less in its trajectory than in the circumstances that had made it possible. Zenobia's own defeat and humiliation had been paralleled, 12 years previously, by the fate of the Emperor Valerian. His captor, of course, had been a rival monarch, the lord of a dominion no less intimidatingly formidable than Rome's, the recently established empire of Iran-Shah. By using a Caesar as his mounting block, Shapur had proclaimed, in terms that no Roman emperor would ever again be able to discount, the arrival of an authentic equal upon the global scene. For the Arabs, too, the implications of the rise to greatness of the House of Sassan had been momentous. The deserts where they lived had abruptly come to constitute the frontier not of one superpower, but of two. Situated as they now were on the world's deadliest geopolitical fault line, they would never again be able to claim even the most precarious neutrality. Yet the deadly grinding of the twin tectonic plates of Rome and Iran-Shah, even as it crushed forever the independence of such cities as Edessa and Palmyra, spelled opportunity as well as calamity for upwardly mobile Arabs. In a war zone, after all, what more precious commodity than bands of seasoned warriors? Rome and Persia alike, both had urgent need of swords. The Arabs found themselves ideally placed to hawk their services to the highest bidder. To the Romans, of course, there was nothing remotely novel about the employment of barbarians. As along the Rhine, prior to the collapse of the Western Empire, so along the borders of Syria and Palestine, the imperial authorities were well versed in the hiring of tribes as confederates, as foederati. Even prior to the emergence of the Persian threat, back in the 2nd century AD, the Romans had successfully bribed and cajoled a number of tribes into serving as a desert police force, and the example of this confederation, the Talmud, would long be commemorated by Arab poets. Understandably so, perhaps, for what it had served to demonstrate was that even the proudly and inveterately fractious tribes of the desert might, under certain circumstances, be forged into a shirkat, a partnership. Such a lesson, against the backdrop of escalating superpower confrontation, had certainly not gone unnoted by ambitious chieftains. Horizons had steadily expanded, wild fantasies taken wing. In 328, for instance, one Arab warlord had been buried beneath a tombstone that grandiloquently proclaimed him to have been King of all the Arabs. A title no less bogus than it was unprecedented, but most suggestive all the same. As Rome and Iran-Shah competed ever more vigorously for the services of the desert tribes, so the potential pickings on offer for the tribesmen themselves had indeed grown steadily more lucrative. Although the confederation of the Talmud had long since imploded, having been struck down in sensational fashion, so Arab law claimed, by a thunderbolt, other foederati had fast emerged to take its place. It's telling that Roman authors, from the 4th century onwards, began to use a new word to designate the Arabs, one that seems ultimately to have derived from shirkat, Saracens. Although the Romans themselves appear to have been wholly ignorant of the original meaning, and although the stereotype they had of the Saracens remained the reassuringly traditional one of nomads, bandits, and savages, the use they made of the new name did nevertheless hint at a new and emerging order. In the yawning deserts between Palestine and Mesopotamia, Arab tribesmen were no longer operating merely on a freelance basis. While they still indulged in their traditional pastimes, slaving, cattle rustling, raiding caravans and frontier posts, they increasingly did so as agents of the rival superpowers. To the Arabs on both sides, so the twitchy inhabitants of the Fertile Crescent began to observe, war between Persia and Rome is a source of very great profit indeed. Nowhere better illustrated this than a town famed throughout Arabia as the epitome of power and glamour. Hira stood only a few miles south of Sura, on the southern flank of Mesopotamia, but it might as well have been a world away from the lecture halls of the rabbis. Situated in an oasis between the Euphrates and the desert, it served in every sense as a place of hybrids. Although a linchpin of Sasanian defences, the great bulwark that blocked access from the south to Ctesiphon, it was commanded not by a Persian, but by an Arab. The Banu Lachm, Lachm's sons, had long been based in the region, where they had enjoyed a profitable existence as mercenaries in the service of the Shahanshah. Even under Peroz, despite all the tempting convulsions of his reign, they had remained loyal to the Persian crown. The decision had been a thoroughly calculating one, and in due course it had reaped spectacular reward. Karvad, ever innovative, had graced the Lakhmids with an unprecedented promotion when, shortly after the outbreak of war with Rome in 502, he appointed their youthful and brutally able chieftain, Mundir, to rule as king over all the scattered Arab tribes that were then confederated to Iran-Shah. Hira, a sprawl of settlements that alternated mud-brick walls with encampments, gardens with desert scrub, and wheat fields with herds of camels, provided the Lakhmid chieftain with the perfect showcase for this trend-setting fusion of royalty and banditry. Not for nothing in the Lakhmid's own language did the city's name mean camp. Mundir, who spent his time there living alternately in a palace and a tent, aimed to combine the best of Persian sophistication with the noblest traditions of his own people. Profits from plunder were spent not only on beefing up his offensive capabilities, but on the manifold glories and pleasures of life as an Arab. From camel archers to poets, brigands to dancing girls, Hira boasted them all. Even the odd scribe was to be found there, for the city, so it was plausibly claimed, was where the Arabs had first learned to put their language into writing. Unsurprisingly, it attracted a steady stream of migrants from across the desert, all hungry for the patronage that Mundhir could so swaggeringly provide. A day and a night at Hira, it was said, are better than a whole year of medicine. No single place in the Roman sphere of influence could quite rival the dazzle of this appeal. That this was so, however, reflected not any lack of contacts between the Arabs and Rome, but rather their sheer range and antiquity. Along the western fringes of the desert, no particular exoticism attached itself to the notion that the realms of the nomad and the city might be blended. The Nabateans, and many other tribes too, had been citizens of Rome for centuries. One of their number had even risen to become Caesar. Philip, the same emperor who had presided over the capital's millennial celebrations, had hailed from a city on the frontier, to the east of the Sea of Galilee, and been derisively nicknamed the Arab. The existence of settlements such as Philip's hometown, right on the margins of the desert, were evidence enough of the wholehearted relish with which the Arabs, no less than any other people of the empire, might embrace the Pax Romana and settle down. Nowhere, however, was this more apparent than in the Negev, the arid wilderness that stretched between the Sinai and Petra, and where even as Mundhir was establishing his regime in Hira, vines and olives were being conjured from the sand. Take one of the paved roads, the strata, that crisscrossed the region, and in due course an entire city would materialize on the horizon, rising like a mirage above the desolation, a paradise of farmland, stone houses and baths. A miracle? Hardly. It was only through the most back-breaking labour that the ceaseless battle against the sands could hope to be won, only with the most exhaustive maintenance of cisterns, aqueducts and dams. Yet the cities of the Negev, for all that the water might sometimes taste brackish and the scrub-flecked desert stretch away barren in every direction, did truly serve as outposts of the wider world beyond. Even in the most remote and isolated settlement by the name of Nisana, that served pilgrims on the road to Sinai as a final way-stop, there were bureaucrats who wrote in Greek and would-be lawyers who studied Latin. More than 2 centuries after Constantine had filched the Palladium for his new capital, there was even a copy of the Aeneid in the local library. In Nisana, time as well as distance might be dissolved, for the myths of which Virgil had sung were older by far than himself, older even than Rome. On frayed papyri, in the depths of a lonely desert, the halls of Mount Olympus, where the gods of Greece had reclined on exquisite couches, partnered by ox-eyed goddesses and served wine by eternally beautiful youths, still preserved a spectral hold. Given enough time, then, it seemed that even the wolves of Arabia might be domesticated into lawyers or literary critics. Certainly, from the perspective of such cities as Nisana, where the prodigious array of hydraulic works was accompanied by a quite striking absence of fortifications, it did genuinely appear as though the desert had been tamed. A comforting reassurance, perhaps, except that, in truth, the imperial authorities had no desire to see every last Saracen defanged. Along the limits of the empire, where Mundhir's Lakhmids were conducting ever more audacious raids, there was an urgent need for attack dogs of their own. Many a Roman base might boast an encampment of Saracens, a Hira. Other concentrations of Arab, Foederati, entire cities of tents, thronged with a shifting population of warriors, horses and camels, lay under the command of tribal chieftains rather than Roman officers. The reign of Justinian would see the largest of these, a teeming settlement east of the Golan Heights called Jabia, become to Syria and Palestine what Hira was to Ctesiphon, a key defensive stronghold. The tribesmen who lived there, the Banu Ghassan, were recognizably the mirror image of the Lakhmids. For the sons of Ghassan combined a ferocious loyalty to their imperial patrons with a haughty Arab chauvinism. Certainly the Latin spoken in Jabia owed little to the study of Virgil. The phrases familiar to the Arabs of the frontier derived not from poets but from the army. Over the course of the previous centuries, the sheer awesome immensity of Rome's military apparatus had stamped itself indelibly upon the language spoken by the foederati. So it was, for instance, that the camps of the frontier system, the castra, had provided the Arabs with their own word for fortress, khasa. So it was, too, that the strata, the paved roads built by Roman military engineers to link each camp along the frontier, had bequeathed their name to the entire desert south of Palmyra. Indeed, such was their impact upon the foederati that sirat, the form that the original Latin word had come to take in Arabic, could signify almost any kind of path. The strata, those great gashes of gravel and stone scored in straight lines across even the most unforgiving of landscapes, had become for the Arabs the very quintessence of a highway. Not that they themselves, of course, had much need of paving stones. What would their record of banditry have been, after all, without a talent for going off-road? In early 529, when Mundhir suddenly appeared in northern Syria, looting and burning almost to the walls of Antioch, the leaden-footed response of the provincial authorities was little different to that of some hapless farmer finding his sheep-pen being cleaned out. For with such speed did he move, and with such ruthless calculation, that invariably he would be gone with his loot before the military authorities could even discover what was going on, let alone arrive to stop it. Fire of this order could only hope to be fought with fire, and Justinian knew it. A few months after Mundhir's rampage through Syria, he crowned an Arab all of his own. His choice, predictably enough, had fallen upon the chieftain of the Banu Ghassan, a youthful but already seasoned warlord by the name of Al-Harith, or, as he was known by his patrons, Aretas. Summoned from Jibaya to Constantinople, the Ghassanid prince was splendidly arrayed in the white silken cloak of Roman monarchy and a bejewelled coronet. His promotion bore witness to Justinian's customary eye for talent. Aretas, no less than Mundhir, was a man of boldness, charisma, and vision. What was more, he positively revelled in a blood feud. Before long, the two warlords' struggle had come to possess its own furious and deadly rhythm, as relentless as it was personal. To no one's great surprise, the signing in 532 of a treaty between Justinian and Khusro, for all its ambition to establish an eternal peace between the two empires, did little to dampen the mutual hatred of their respective Arab clients. Ghassanid and Lakhmid, both, across the desert sands, continued to eyeball each other. Nor was it merely their political loyalties, or even their personal vanities, that rendered their mutual hatred so unblinking. Neither Aretas nor Mundhir had any doubts that they were engaged in a conflict that was more than earthly. If Christians saw in the desert the ultimate arena, where athletes of God might test themselves to the limits of their endurance against entire armies of demonic adversaries, then it certainly needed no baptism for an Arab to recognize in it a realm alive with spirits. Many of these, whether born on a scorching wind or haunting a bone-littered salt flat, were malevolent in the extreme. But not all were, by any means. Some, such as the owls that rose from the heads of men slain in battle, served as the guardians of individual warriors, while others stood watch over particular places. The favour of the divine might be experienced wherever there was water, or shade, or merely a landscape of startling beauty. The Arabs had little need of idols, let alone temples, to alert those who approached a god of his presence. Focus of their awe was much more likely to be a natural feature, if not a tree, as at Mamre, then a spring, or a mountain peak, or a rock. Always, however, there was only the one certain measure of holiness. A god could be reckoned no god who did not on occasion keep his sanctuary free of violence. At certain times, in certain places, tribes who might otherwise have slaughtered one another with ferocious abandon would assemble upon ground staked out as hallowed, haram, and there join in festivities quite as joyous and peaceable as those staged every summer at Mamre. Of the Arabs' major shrine, which lay surrounded by palm trees somewhere in the desert south of Palestine, and where the local people were reported to gather twice a year for a whole month or more at a time, it was rumoured that even the wild beasts live in peace with men and among themselves. Not, however, that pacifism was necessarily on the agenda the whole year round. The gods of the desert, away from their shrines, rarely objected to bloodshed. On occasion, they might positively demand it. At Hira, for instance, there stood 2 stones sacred to a god named Dushara, which his worshippers would regularly make sticky with gore. A second deity, Al-Uzza, the mighty queen, was graced with an even more spectacular draught of blood when, in 527, Mundhir sacrificed no fewer than 400 Christian virgins in her honour. Such a goddess, one able to consecrate the soil of the Lakhmid capital as haram, while simultaneously sponsoring the most flamboyant atrocities, could hardly have been better suited to the warlord's needs. Yet there remains something strangely pallid about her, and Dushara too, and all the various gods of the desert. Many, to their worshippers, were little more than names. Loyalty, as a result, was rarely a feature of Arab devotions. A deity who failed a tribe in battle, or neglected to keep it in food, or scared away the camels, would be dumped without a moment's hesitation. Many were the oases where there stood altars, old in years, bearing inscriptions in ancient letters of unknown tongues, raised to gods whose very names had been forgotten. Temples would cheerfully be used to pen goats. To Christian scholars, whose dread of demons such as Artemis was often a form of reluctant tribute paid to their inherent glamour, the Arabs' gods seemed reassuringly dull. Even attempts to condemn them risked making them more interesting than they were. When Epiphanius, the same energetic cataloguer of heresies who had condemned the Ebionites, turned his beady eye on Dushara, he reported that the god's worshippers, in a blasphemous parody of Christian belief, believed the deity to have been born of a virgin, a Ka'ibah. The bishop, however, had misheard. Dushara was not a god of a Ka'ibah, but of a Kaaba, a cube. The allusion was to the stone, black and uncarved, that the Nabateans worshipped as an incarnation of the god, somewhere in a shrine to the south of the Dead Sea. Dushara certainly had nothing so sophisticated as a virgin mother. Meanwhile, many Arabs were turning to the worship of a god who did. Nabatean cities had grown crowded with churches, and even in the wilds of the desert, beyond the reach of either emperor or bishop, whole tribes were turning to Christ. There was often a fair degree of opportunism in this, for it was well known that the Romans would only ever bestow their patronage upon Arabs who ranked as fellow Christians. Yet the Ghassanids, and Aretas especially, were the decided opposite of lukewarm. They refused, on principle, to abandon the distinctly Monophysite character of their faith. They built, resplendently solid amid the tents of their encampment at Jabir, a massive church. They paraded, in their ongoing vendetta against the Lakhmids, a devotion to Christ that was quite as militant as Mundhir's loyalty to Al-Uzza. Granted, the Ghassanids did not think to offer up virgins in sacrifice, but neither did they ever doubt, as they hacked down their pagan adversaries, that their swords were touched by the authentic fire of heaven. And who was to say that they were wrong? Time was when any notion that the Saracens might have been blessed by the particular favour of God would have been greeted with hilarity. But lately, in the bringing of the desert tribes to Christ, there had been hints, just perhaps, of the workings of some broader, more mysterious providence. Many were the wonders, after all, that had assisted with their conversion. The presence in the desert of so many saints, so many spirit-charged men of God, had certainly helped to deliver a steady stream of miracles to the Saracens. Their barren had been given children, and their sick had been restored to health, a record of medical achievement that no pagan could begin to rival. Stylites were particularly popular, and many were the tribes who would gather to gawp at them and their austerities in wide-eyed stupefaction. To Christians, most of whom had been brought up to loathe and dread the Saracens, the spectacle of desert nomads smashing idols before the pillar of a saint, pledging themselves loudly to Christ, and even, in the ultimate act of renunciation, vowing to forego the flesh of donkey and camel, might be cause for considered reflection. One such, a bishop from Antioch by the name of Theodoret, had been brought to conclude that the Saracens, despite their illiteracy and their taste for slumming it in tents, were endowed with an intelligence lively and penetrating, and a judgment fully capable of discerning truth and refuting falsehood. He had seen whole crowds of them gathered before the pillar of the original stylite, St. Simeon the Elder himself, and had marked the effect. To a people wild and free, such as the Saracens prided themselves on being, the show of a man prostrating himself before God, as Simeon had done, over and over again, might at first have appeared demeaning. But not after they had watched him persist with it for days and nights at a time. In submission, so the spectacle had taught them, lay the surest path to God. Saracens, even Saracens, might be brought to grasp that truth. But there was an additional and more haunting reason why scholars such as Theodoret should have taken a particular interest in the Saracens. They were the only barbarians who featured in the Bible. Isaac had not been Abraham's sole son, nor Sarah his sole bed-partner. Prior to the dramatic appearance of the Almighty at Mamre, the barrenness of the patriarch's wife had prompted him to take as a concubine her maid, an Egyptian by the name of Hagar. Sure enough, the slave girl had borne Abraham a son, but Sarah, bitter and jealous, had driven the mother and her newborn baby out into the desert. There, an angel had appeared to Hagar and told her that Ishmael, her child, was destined to prove a wild ass of a man, his hand against every man, and every man's hand against him, and the father of a great people. But which people? The answer to that, the clues being as glaring as they were, was self-evident. The children of Ishmael, that wild ass of a man. Who were these, if not the Arabs? Certainly such an identification had long been accepted as fact, and the potential implications of this Hagarine bloodline, they, by and large, had been left to hang. Perhaps, however, they should not have been. Like Isaac, so it was recorded in Holy Scripture, Ishmael had been circumcised by Abraham's own hand, and, like Jacob, he had fathered 12 sons. Suggestive markers of the favour of God, surely. That, at any rate, was what numerous Saracens had begun to ask. Theodoret himself had cited the example of the nomads who roamed the wilds east of Antioch, for in that desert live those who are proud to derive their descent from their ancestor Ishmael. Other Arabs, though, were not so sure. Hagar hardly ranked as the classiest of ancestors after all. A slave girl and a brood mare, she had been a refugee to boot. Driven not once but twice into exile by a resentful Sarah. The second occasion had followed the birth of Isaac, when Ishmael and his hapless mother had been obliged to take up residence in the wilderness of Paran. The location of this particular desert was much debated, with some scholars, including St. Paul himself, identifying it with the Sinai. The overwhelming consensus, however, was that it could only have been the Negev. No other wilderness stood closer to the sites most associated with Abraham, Mamre and the Church of St. Lot, and Hebron, where the patriarch lay buried in a cave with Isaac and Jacob. Certainly the Arabs of the Negev, when they accepted baptism, appear to have had a particular enthusiasm for naming themselves Abraham, as though to remind their fellow Christians that they, unlike other converts, had been blessed by the marks of God's favour long before the time of Christ. Yet this pedigree, even so, was a potentially awkward one for them to flaunt. How, after all, were the Arabs to lay claim to a primal inheritance from Abraham without also acknowledging their descent from a slave girl? A measure of embarrassment, perhaps, was only natural. So much so, in fact, that it seems to have led one scholar, a contemporary of Theodoret's by the name of Sozomen, to offer a particularly ingenious explanation for the origin of the word Saracen. Mortified by the servile character of Hagar, he explained, the Ishmaelites decided to conceal the opprobrium of their origin by adopting a name which would imply that they were descended instead from Sarah, the wife of Abraham. An implausible theory, but a telling one all the same. Sozomen came from near Gaza, between the Mediterranean and the Negev, and was an experienced observer of the region. He had travelled to Mamre, for instance, and witnessed the crowds that gathered there. He knew full well that it was not only Christians who reverenced Abraham, but Jews and pagans too. This led him, in contrast to Theodoret, to contemplate a quite hideous possibility. What if the Saracens' knowledge of their ancestry did not necessarily lead them to Christ? What if it led them in a different direction altogether? After all, their origin being what it is, they practice circumcision like the Jews, refrain from the use of pork like the Jews, and observe many other Jewish rites and customs. That they deviate at all from the laws of the Jewish people can only be ascribed to the lapse of time and to the influence upon them of other pagan peoples. It was a devastating insight, and had an obvious corollary. Cleanse the Arabs of their paganism, and it might not be a Christian people at all that emerged from beneath the ordure, but something alarmingly different. Whole tribes of Jews. In fact, according to Sozomen, this had already happened. There are those of them who, by coming into contact with Jews, learn the truth of their origins, and so return to the ways of their kinsmen, and are persuaded to adopt Jewish customs and laws. Who precisely these Jews might be, Sozomen did not think to say, but it certainly suggested that Christianity, beyond the reaches of Roman control, was not the only option available to Arabs embarked on a spiritual quest. Or indeed to Arabs who wished simply to dig in their heels and defy the superpower. In 524, at a time when Roman ambassadors were closeted with Mundir, negotiating the release of two prominent prisoners, a delegation of emissaries from the distant kingdom of Himyar arrived unexpectedly at the summit. These ambassadors, to the Romans' horror, brought news of an atrocity fit to put even those of Mundir in the shade: the wholesale slaughter of the Christians of Najran. Even more terrifyingly, Yusuf, the Himyarite king, had sent a proposal of alliance to his Lakhmid counterpart, one that he suggested be sealed with the blood of the Christians of Hira. Out of the blue, the ambassadors from Constantinople found themselves confronted by a nightmare of threateningly global proportions, an alliance of pagan and Jewish interests, forged well beyond the reach of Roman arms, was too hellish to be countenanced. With Iran Shah in firm control of the Persian Gulf, trade links to India were already being steadily asphyxiated, and now, with a Jewish kingdom established beside the Red Sea Straits, there was pressure coming to bear on a second vital windpipe. The menace, however, was more than merely material. The Jewish character of Himyar was no mere pretension or show. Yusuf, although he had seized power by toppling a Christian regime, was not by any means the first Jew to rule the kingdom. In fact, there had been Jewish monarchs in Himyar for almost as long as there had been Christian emperors in Rome. In 440, when a massive dam had been repaired at Marib, the ancient capital of Sheba, the king had publicly dedicated it to the God of Israel, Ramanan, the Merciful. The same identical title, as it happened, was one much bandied about in the Talmud, nor was it surprising that the rabbis of Palestine, resentful as they were of their Christian masters, took a good deal of interest in the Himyarite monarchy. Granted, the enthusiasm of Yusuf and his predecessors for aping King David was hardly one of which they could entirely approve, and it may be that the presence of rabbis from Tiberias at his court reflected a desire on their part to temper some of his more flamboyant excesses. That, however, was not how it appeared to the local Christians, who predictably blamed the Holocaust at Najran on the machinations of the rabbis, nor, of course, to the fretful Roman authorities. To the profound relief of Constantinople, though, no sooner had the danger of an alliance between Hira's pagans and Himyar's Jews flared up than it was successfully being extinguished. Mundhir, far removed from Himyar, was bought off easily enough. Then, even as one Roman embassy returned in triumph from Hira, another set off for the kingdom that lay directly opposite Himyar, and which, by great good fortune, just happened to be Christian, Ethiopia. Not that the country's king was entirely without his drawbacks. The Negus, in addition to being a Monophysite, was also quite insufferably conceited, for it was his claim, based as it was on a presumed descent from Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, to rank as the world's pre-eminent Christian monarch. Under normal circumstances, of course, the ambassadors of Caesar would have laughed this pretension to scorn, but the circumstances were hardly normal. A treaty was duly patched up. When the Ethiopians launched their invasion of Himyar, they made the crossing in a borrowed Roman fleet. In the wake of Yusuf's overthrow and death, the conquered kingdom was transformed into an Ethiopian protectorate, and Roman merchants were once again free to use its harbours and trading stations. Meanwhile, at Najran, a domed monument named the Kaaba, on account of its cuboid base, was raised above the ruins of the cathedral, a memorial to the priests and virgins left slaughtered by Yusuf. All of which, back in Constantinople, could be viewed with tremendous satisfaction. Imperial policy towards the Saracens appeared to be in excellent shape. Irrespective of the pestiferous brews of heresy and insurrection that might occasionally bubble up beyond the frontier, the Roman state clearly had the wherewithal and the reach to deal with them all. After the successful pacification of Himyar, it was evident that the Roman Empire remained what it had always been, a global superpower. Dominion without limit. It seemed that the ancient maxim still held good. Chapter 5. Countdown to Apocalypse. New wine in old bottles. The toppling of Yusuf was a victory for Christ as well as for Caesar. This presumption that the interests of the two were indistinguishable came naturally to the Roman people. Even those who journeyed beyond the horizons of the Mediterranean and could appreciate the true immensity of the world tended to take for granted that the empire ruled from Constantinople had no rival as a superpower, blessed and protected as it was by God. Even in the far-off island of Taprobane, the land we know today as Sri Lanka, Roman merchants found it easy to put their Persian rivals in the shade. One of them, seeking to demonstrate New Rome's palpable supremacy over Iranshahr, placed 2 gold coins in the local king's palm, one stamped with the image of Caesar and the other with the head of the Shah. The Roman currency was magnificently and self-evidently the heavier, a fact that owed much to the watchful financial stewardship of Anastasius, but also, and more transcendentally, to the favour of the Almighty. As one merchant, an Egyptian who had visited the markets of Ethiopia and navigated the tides of the Persian Gulf, piously put it, "The empire of the Roman people shares directly in the dignity of the kingdom of Christ." Its future was therefore assured. It will never be conquered, not for so long as it serves to promote the spread of the Christian faith. The Church, of course, had been ambitious to plant the cross on the furthermost reaches of the world ever since the time of Paul. That the Roman state had a duty to contribute to this mission was, however, a more radical presumption. Traditionally, the spread of the Christian faith beyond the empire had been the achievement of the weak and humble, prisoners of war, and women abducted into the beds of barbarian chieftains. The overthrow of the Jewish regime in Himyar, however, pointed to the potential of an altogether more muscular approach. This lesson, if obvious to merchants, was hardly one likely to have been missed by Justinian himself. Accordingly, even as he set himself to the suppression of paganism and heresy within the limits of the empire, he fixed his unblinking gaze upon the sump that lay beyond. For the first time in Roman history, the conversion of pagan kings became enshrined as a priority of state. Imperially sponsored missionaries were dispatched east, to the mountainous wilds that stretched beyond the Black Sea, and south past Egypt to the land of Nubia. Here, bred of Justinian's inimitable blend of piety, restlessness, and self-regard, was something fatefully novel, an ethical foreign policy. Missionaries alone, however, could never be expected to bring everyone to Christ. That much was evident. Fortunately, however, in his ambition to shape the world to his own purposes, Justinian could draw on traditions older by far than the Church. Some 60 years before the emperor's accession, a Roman aristocrat in Gaul, despairing at the collapse of imperial authority all around him, had conjured up from the glories of the vanished past a poignant fantasy. An armed Caesar, before whose advance both land and sea will quake, until at last, with the renewed power of his war trumpet, he will serve to rouse the navies of Rome from their sleep. Such a Caesar, of course, had never materialized. Gaul and the entire Roman West had slipped from imperial control. The lands administered directly by the heirs to Augustus and Constantine had been reduced by half. That did not mean, however, that Roman pretensions had in any way been diminished. Quite the contrary. If the empire ruled from Constantinople were truly, as Justinian believed it to be, an earthly reflection of the monarchy of God, then its current truncated state was not merely a crisis of geopolitical proportions, but an offence against the heavens. Christians could not be truly Christian unless they were Roman as well, a presumption with which even some barbarians might concur. In the West, where gangs of one-time foederati had been busy carving up the various provinces, the penalty of success had tended to be a certain nagging status anxiety. Naked gangsterdom might win a warlord temporary bragging rights, but it could provide little in the way of either prestige or long-term security. That, however, was precisely where the example of an ancient and ineffably glamorous monarchy had its uses. To any ambitious chieftain, the emperor in Constantinople, who ruled as both the deputy of God and the ultimate in earthly sophistication, was the obvious role model to hand. This was why, decades after the collapse of imperial authority in the West, the face of power there remained both Roman and Christian. Gewgaws, dispatched from Constantinople, rather than being scorned, would invariably be seized upon with delight. Churches and queens alike had an insatiable appetite for the shimmer of silks from the Eastern Empire. Most prized of all, however, were the antique titles that only Caesar had the power to bestow. In Gaul, when Anastasius appointed the king of a notoriously savage people named the Franks to the consulship, an office that reached back to the earliest days of the Republic, the warlord was so delighted by this mark of esteem that he promptly took to sporting a purple tunic and tossing gold coins to passers-by. Another barbarian king, replying to an embassy from Justin, politely assured the emperor that, "Our homeland is a part of your world, nor does my royal administration in any way reduce your own sovereignty." Total fantasy, of course, but no less mutually flattering for that. Upstart chieftain and distant Caesar, both alike had a stake in pretending that there still existed, in however shadowy a form, a unified empire, Roman and watched over by God. As a result, the brute realities of regime change in the West might often be veiled behind a certain studied ambivalence. Nowhere served as more of a trompe-l'oeil than Italy, that original seat of empire, where the gauze of ambiguity had been woven with a particular brilliance and subtlety. In outward appearance, indeed, it seemed that nothing much had changed since the palmiest days of Roman greatness. In Rome itself, the Senate continued to meet, consuls to be appointed, and chariot races to be run. In Ravenna, the lagoon-girt and therefore readily defensible city on the Adriatic coast that had served the Western Empire as its final capital, the administration remained in the hands of impeccably Roman bureaucrats. Meanwhile, with a solemn and formal show of legality, Constantinople had entrusted the Western Empire's defence to a band of some 20,000 foederati, diverted specially for the purpose from the Balkans, the so-called Easterly or Ostrogoths. Their commander, a one-time hostage in the imperial household by the name of Theodoric, played the part of Caesar's deputy to perfection. Whether addressing crowds in the Forum, slaughtering armies of savages beyond the Alps, or building palaces, aqueducts, and baths, he demonstrated to glorious effect just how Roman a king of foederati might truly be. By the time of his death in 526, he had ruled as the master of Italy for longer than any Caesar, with the exception of Augustus himself. As a result, it seems barely to have crossed the minds of most Italians that they might not still belong to a Roman empire. Justinian, however, had not been conned. He knew the sordid truth. A desperate imperial administration had bribed Theodoric and his Ostrogoths with the offer of Italy to remove them from the doorstep of Constantinople. He knew as well that the burnishing of Rome's awesome inheritance, which he had made his life's mission, required the proper ordering of lost provinces as well as of mildewed laws. Barbarian kings, no matter how sedulously they might ape the manners of a Caesar, were self-evidently an affront to God's wishes for the world. Theodoric, for all the sheen of his classical education, had been given to murdering courtiers with his own hands and sporting a moustache. And even that was not the worst. Monstrously, 2 whole centuries after the Council of Nicaea, there were churches standing in Ravenna in which it was openly denied that the Son was of one being with the Father. Like a ghoul rising from a long-sealed sarcophagus, Theodoric had trailed after him the stench of evils that Orthodox Christians had imagined buried for good. Not merely a heretic, he had been that veritable heretic of heretics, an Arian. There was in this devotion of Theodoric's to a creed that most Romans had presumed extinct compelling evidence of just how hospitable to otherwise vanished beliefs a wilderness might be. As in the deserts beyond Palestine, so in the forests beyond the Danube and the Rhine, heresies long since consigned to oblivion within the limits of the empire, had demonstrated a striking ability to endure, and even to thrive. The Goths' Arian loyalties had a venerable pedigree. In the late 340s, when a son of Constantine still sat on the throne and Julian was lurking in the wings, a bishop named Ulfilas, of Gothic extraction and Arian sympathies, had headed north towards the Danube and embarked on a mission to convert his compatriots. If the stories subsequently told about him were something more than fantastical exaggeration, his success had been prodigious. Certainly, within a century of his death, he was being hailed as the Moses of the northern barbarians. This, for people who were all too painfully conscious of Roman snobbery, was a thrilling notion. They too, like the children of Israel, might have been chosen by God to receive a promised land. The consequence was, when a group who called themselves the Good, or Visigoths, succeeded in winning Spain, they pointedly refused to abandon their Arianism in favour of Catholic orthodoxy. Theodoric, too, even after he had won for himself the throne of Italy, clung to his Arian faith with a no less obdurate show of devotion. Granted, he was careful not to force it down the throats of his Roman subjects. "We cannot impose religion," he solemnly declared, "because no one can be made to believe against his will." A statement of principle, no doubt, but calculating as well. In both Visigothic Spain and Ostrogothic Italy, the invaders constituted a tiny minority. They certainly had no chance of forcing the natives to renounce Nicaea and embrace the teachings of Arius. As it was, Theodoric was content to leave the Catholics in peace, fattening them up the better to fleece them. Meanwhile, even as he played with dazzling skill and sophistication at being a Roman, his Arian faith helped him to forge an ever more distinctive identity for himself and his followers, recruited as they were from a number of disparate sources. Long hair, an aptitude for running people through with lances while ululating loudly on horseback, and an emphasis on the humanity of Christ. Such were the markers of Italy's new elite. A Goth on the make, so Theodoric had once ruefully observed, wishes to be like a Roman, but only a poor Roman would wish to be a Goth. This appraisal, however, might have been unduly pessimistic. A few decades into his reign in Ravenna, there was no shortage of high-born Romans eager to master his native tongue. Given time, who knew just how Gothic they might end up? But time, as events were to prove, was running out. No sooner had Justinian signed up to the optimistically titled Eternal Peace with Khusro in 532 than he was turning his gaze westwards. Most of his advisers, well aware that the war with Persia had emptied the treasury so assiduously filled by Anastasius, were appalled. Justinian imperiously brushed aside all muttered objections. In a dream, an African bishop, martyred a few decades previously on a bonfire, had urged the emperor to conquer Carthage, which for almost a century had been lost to the Roman people. Who could doubt, then, that Christ was all in favour of the emperor's new initiative? Certainly the bishop's murderers, a gang of unregenerate savages named the Vandals, could hardly have done more to brand themselves as enemies of God. Their theft of the wealthy cities and fertile wheat fields of North Africa had been only the first step in their career of iniquity. Like the Ostrogoths, the Vandals were Arians. Unlike the Ostrogoths, they had been prompted by a blend of paranoia, fanaticism, and their own force of numbers to strip the Catholic Church of all its privileges, to persecute its leaders, and to proclaim Arianism their state religion. Well then might Justinian thunderously denounce them as the enemies alike of soul and body. News that the Vandal court had abruptly succumbed to a vicious bout of infighting only strengthened his resolve, and his assurance that God was willing him on. Accordingly, it was not Italy, but Africa upon which Justinian first set his sights. In 533, when a great war fleet that had been assembled off the imperial palace weighed anchor and departed the Bosphorus, most of those watching it glide towards the setting of the sun feared the worst. Cavalry and infantry totaled only 18,000 men, and although their commander was Belisarius, the general who had so brilliantly defeated the Persians at Dara, the Roman military's record since then did not inspire any great confidence. Before long, though, the people of Constantinople would be thrilling to a catalogue of barely believable accomplishments. The Roman task force, disembarking on African soil after a voyage of 2 months, briskly marched on Carthage, routed the enemy in a couple of great battles, and forced their surrender. The churches and cathedrals of North Africa, cleansed of all traces of Arianism, were lovingly restored to Catholic worship. Meanwhile, the defeated Vandal king, transported to Constantinople along with all his treasure, was paraded in chains before the cheering crowds of the Hippodrome. "Vanity of vanities," he was heard to mutter wistfully. "All is vanity." Hardly, of course, a message for which Justinian had much time, and sure enough, buoyed by his stunning victory, he did not hesitate to press for further conquests. In 535, Belisarius duly swept down with a fresh war fleet upon Sicily, where the garrison of Ostrogoths was routed with promising ease. A year later, and the long-awaited invasion of Italy itself was launched. By the early winter of 536, Belisarius was advancing upon Rome, and, on the 9th of December, at the prompting of the city's bishop, the ancient capital opened its gates to the imperial forces. So it was, as an aide to Belisarius exulted, that Rome once again, after a period of 60 years, became subject to the Romans. Which was, of course, to overlook the awkward fact that Italy, officially at any rate, had never ceased to be subject to the Romans. Certainly, to the Italians themselves, the news that they were being liberated came as something of a surprise. If there were many who welcomed with open arms what Justinian grandly termed a renewal of the Roman world, then there were many more who despaired of the slaughter and impoverishment that this renewal seemed to mean in practice. The Ostrogoths, unlike the Vandals, displayed an infuriating reluctance to crumple. Only a few weeks after the fall of Rome to Belisarius, they were back, camped out in such prodigious numbers before the walls of the city that the people of Rome, who were entirely unacquainted with the evils of war and siege, hurried to their liberator and begged him to capitulate. Belisarius, playing the role of an antique hero from the city's distant past to perfection, sternly refused. 1 year and 9 days later, after an immensely creative and obdurate defence, it was the Ostrogoths who were obliged to retreat. By then, though, the one-time head of the world had effectively been decapitated. Rome's aqueducts, which for centuries had provided the city with its lifeblood of water, had been ruined beyond repair, its baths emptied, its harbours destroyed, its watermills clogged with corpses, its senators, those who had not been captured and executed by the indignant Ostrogoths, reduced to beggary. Even worse was to follow. By 538, famine was rife across central Italy. Food shortages were so severe that innkeepers, so it was credibly reported, were reduced to spit-roasting the occasional guest just to get by. The following year, the Ostrogoths, signalling as brutally as they could their determination to continue the fight, wiped out the city of Milan. Here, even to someone as supremely self-confident as Justinian, was unmistakable evidence that not everything was going according to plan. Visionary the emperor might have been, but not to the point of pig-headed impracticality. The gamble that he had taken in overriding the instinctive caution of his treasurers and launching his Western wars had already brought him impressive winnings. The gold of the Vandals, the taxes busily being screwed out of the new provincials, these, if the situation in Italy could only be stabilized, would surely enable him to pause for breath and reckon himself still well ahead. Accordingly, in 539, Justinian made his barbarian foes a shrewdly calibrated offer of peace: the rump of northern Italy and half of Theodoric's treasure. The cornered Ostrogoths were minded to sign, and so perhaps they would have done, had not Belisarius, convinced that total victory lay within his grasp, exploited the swirl of negotiations to seize Ravenna. A Pyrrhic triumph, for much would be lost by his act of treachery. Justinian's offer of peace, unsurprisingly, was rejected out of hand. The Ostrogoths picked up their lances once again. The murderous conflict ground on. As for Belisarius, his star was left much diminished. Recalled to Constantinople, he was greeted by his master with a notable froideur. Although permitted to show off the riches captured in Ravenna in the Senate, the great general was pointedly refused a second chance to grandstand in the Hippodrome. To the general's admirers, this appeared the rankest ingratitude, but Justinian, scanning not merely the western front, but the entire sweep of his empire, could appreciate better than anyone the opportunity that Belisarius had lost him. That the emperor was a man of terrifying appetites, a megalomaniac who has tried to seize the whole earth and been captured by the desire to take for himself each and every realm, appeared self-evident to his opponents, fit reflection of his demonic-seeming energy and ambitions. Yet Justinian, even as he laboured to reshape the world in the image of the heavens, had learned the hard way that the affairs of a mortal monarchy might always, if pushed too far, abruptly reach a breaking point. Back in 534, as he had sat in state to watch the parading of the Vandal king, neither he nor any of the cheering crowds would have been able to forget that only 2 years previously the Hippodrome had been piled high with corpses. A grim, but not perhaps unprofitable lesson. Unpleasant surprises might be lurking around the corner, even for the most God-blessed of emperors. Justinian was certainly not oblivious to the danger that his window of opportunity in Italy might close at any moment. What had been risked by the opening of a western front, after all, was the same prospect as had haunted Roman policy-makers ever since the time of Valerian, and which threatened the eastern provinces with a stench of smoke and blood more terrible by far than any that Constantinople had known. Sat in the hurriedly renovated Hippodrome in 534, watching through no doubt narrowed eyes the strut and glitter of Belisarius's triumph, had been the ambassadors of Khusro. Their master, Shahanshah for a mere 3 years, had been much preoccupied at the time with stamping his authority on both his realm and his own household. Even as Justinian's armies were sweeping westwards, the young King of Kings had been fighting for his life against a coup led by his uncle. Aspabides, whose treachery was compounded by the fact that he was also the father of Khusro's beloved queen, had been a peculiarly menacing adversary. The death struggle had convulsed the royal household as well as the empire at large. By the time Khusro finally emerged victorious, he did not have much in the way of male relatives left. Uncles, brothers, and nephews, all had been ruthlessly culled. A brutal expedient, but one that had left the Shahanshah free to turn his attention to other, more profitable matters. In 539, when 2 undercover Gothic agents crossed the border into Iransha and appealed to Khusro for help, he listened to their urgings with great attention. The supposed eternity of his peace with Constantinople did not blind him to the potential advantages of stabbing the old enemy in the back. Envy of Justinian's feats, anxiety as to what they might bode for Iransha, quiet confidence that the Roman military might be ill-prepared to fight simultaneously on 2 fronts. Here were incentives aplenty. Only the one problem intervened. How was Khusro, the divine, virtuous, and peace-loving Khusro, to get away with such flagrant treachery. It was his ever-dependable attack dog, Mundhir, who provided him with the solution. To the plunder-hungry Lakhmids, the eternal peace had only ever been a minor inconvenience. Low-level skirmishes with the Ghassanids had continued unabated throughout the decade, and by 539, Mundhir and Aritas were busy amusing themselves by scrapping over the desert of Strata. Even though the Ghassanids, with perfect justification, could point to the fact that the region had a Latin name and was therefore self-evidently Roman, Khusro gave his full backing to the Lakhmids. As orders went out across Iran Shah to prepare for war, he shamelessly escalated the crisis. By the spring of 540, he had worked himself up into a fury so self-righteous that he could feel himself perfectly justified in breaking the eternal peace with the Romans. Riding at the head of a mighty strike force, the King of Kings headed west out of Ctesiphon along the Euphrates towards the border. Unlike his father 4 decades previously, though, Khusro did not intend to waste his energies battering the defences of the frontier itself. Rather, he planned to bypass them. Beyond him and his army, rich, fat, and tantalizing, lay the cities of Syria. Khusro, by striking hard and deep at the very vitals of the province, aimed to put his great adversary to a searching test. Just how much of a distraction had Justinian's wars in the west been to his level of preparedness at the opposite end of the empire? The grim truth was that few of the cities now in the path of the wind of the east boasted walls to compare with those that girded Dara. Fortifications built centuries earlier were in a state of crumbling disrepair. Nor was that the limit of dilapidation in the province. Cities across Syria appeared to have been swamped with squatters. Buildings that once lent them an aura of sumptuous monumentality had increasingly been converted into public quarries, so that in the centre of many a city, one-time splendid temples or arenas were now nothing but vagrant-filled shells. Elsewhere, too, contours were similarly being lost, whether in statue-lined squares or along grand processional avenues, as public space after public space vanished beneath a sprawl of makeshift stores and workshops. What had originally been broad, marble-paved thoroughfares were becoming ever narrower, meandering, donkey-crowded lanes. Every so often, it was true, attempts might be made to impose at least a measure of regulation, by clearing away the stalls which had been built by tradesmen in the colonnades and streets, but all in vain. The city authorities, however, were not fighting decline, but something no less awkward to keep in check: success. Syria was rich, exceedingly rich, and the spirit of commerce in the province had simply grown too flourishing to be pruned back. Everyone knew that Syrians were natural businessmen and the greediest of mortals. It was hardly surprising, then, that disapproving moralists were inclined to see in the chaos and clamour of their cities monstrous infernos of worldliness. Such a perspective, though, was not entirely proportionate. The Syrians, for all their love of money, were much given to the contempt of it as well. The same people whose devotion to profit takes them across the whole world were also celebrated for their stylites. While they no longer lavished their wealth on beautifying cities, they did not merely squander or hoard it either. If you would be perfect, go, sell what you possess and give it to the poor. Here were words that pious Syrians, wealthy ones included, had engraved on their hearts. If the giving of alms to the poor lacked the ready visual impact that the construction of a theatre, say, or a bathhouse would have done, then the poor most likely did not much care. Not all the decay of a city's pagan monuments could disguise the emergence, obtruding through the shabbiness of the old, of an entirely new cityscape, one characterized by hospitals, orphanages, and homes for the aged. Blithely indifferent to the miseries of the poor though many Syrian plutocrats remained, enough of them were not to have made some kind of a difference. Public welfare in a Christian city had become the surest mark of wealth. And Khusro knew it. Leading his army deep into Syria, finding city after city effectively defenceless, Khusro soon discovered that those who were in the habit of giving to charity were quite prepared to cough up danger money too. Bishops, frantic to protect their flocks from annihilation, had only to catch a rumour of the Shahanshah's approach, and they would scrabble to meet his demands for gold, no matter how outrageous. But Khusro, even as he swaggered and plundered his way across Syria, had more in mind than mere extortion. He wanted to stage a spectacular. Accordingly, he aimed directly for the richest prize of all, the fair crown of the East, a city so globally celebrated that scholars in the far-off land of China invariably muddled it with Constantinople. Antioch. News of the Persian advance in Antioch itself threw the citizens into a state of disbelieving panic. Rich their city might have been, but it was also, even by Syrian standards, quite exceptionally run down. Over the course of several decades, its wretched inhabitants had suffered a whole succession of calamities: riots, fires, earthquakes. The vast circuit of walls was so cracked and pockmarked that the city was, to all intents and purposes, without defences. Frantically, however, the people of Antioch did all they could to prepare for the looming onslaught, by sending to Palmyra and Damascus for reinforcements, and to Simeon on his pillar for a miracle. The news brought back from the Stylite, however, could hardly have been any bleaker. God himself, speaking to Simeon in a vision, had revealed his plans for Antioch, and they were terrible. "I will fill her with her enemies," so the Almighty had declared, "and I will abandon the greater part of her population to the sword, and those who survive to captivity." And so it came to pass. Although Simeon himself, courtesy of a divinely dispatched mist, managed to avoid capture by the Persians, the people of Antioch were not so fortunate. Despite a valiant initial defence, their city was soon overrun, put to the torch, and left in ruins. Khusro, pausing only to have a celebratory dip in the Mediterranean, then turned on his heels and returned to Iran-Shah in triumph. He took with him long wagon trains of gold and the survivors from Antioch, some 30,000 people. Back in Mesopotamia, the Shahanshah settled these captives in a new city, built from scratch just outside Ctesiphon, a crowning statement of triumph, inscribed emphatically in fresh mud brick. Its name was Ve Antioch Khusro. Khusro made this city better than Antioch. To the Romans, and to Justinian in particular, the rape of Syria and the flattening of its famous capital was a bitter humiliation. 4 years earlier, shortly before the invasion of Italy, the emperor had proclaimed his hopes that God will consent to our establishing our dominion over all of those whom, in former times, the Roman people ruled, from the boundaries of the one ocean to the other, but lost by their negligence. Now, so it began to be whispered, Justinian's own negligence had turned Italy into a wilderness, and Antioch into a desert. In the space of only a year, so it seemed, all his triumphs had turned to dust. Was it possible, some began to wonder, that the very attempt to repair the world had only worsened its fractures? Justinian himself had no patience with such pessimism. Amid all the sudden calamities that had engulfed him and his dream of fashioning a globe-spanning Christian order, he still maintained his invincible confidence that he was serving the will of God. But disaster was not done with him yet. As the calamitous year of Antioch's sack drew to a close, a horror of barely comprehensible proportions was drawing near to the southernmost borders of his empire. It threatened not merely the fracture, but the annihilation of the world. The earth shall sit in mourning. Late summer, 541, and the Egyptian sun was at its most broiling. Those who lived along the shoreline might well have turned their faces to the sea for the blessed relief that a breeze on the cheeks could bring. That August, however, there was something eerie to be seen out on the water, a sight fit not to cool, but to chill the blood. Phantasms were sailing the sea. As the sun set and twilight thickened to darkness, dozens of spectral bronze ships, glowing like fire, grew more distinct on the horizon. Sitting on their decks were men with bronze staffs, and those who travelled in these glittering boats, moving at an unearthly speed across the sea, were black, and they had no heads. Soon enough, it became clear that these ghostly apparitions were not appearing merely at random, but were tracking along the coast. By the end of the month, one fleet of the bronze ships had left Egyptian waters altogether and were observed off Gaza. Meanwhile, a second fleet was heading westwards. Past the various mouths of the Nile it glided, until, as August turned into September, it had almost left the delta behind. Ahead stood the greatest port in the entire Mediterranean, where the sight of red and orange light flickering on nighttime waves was hardly a novelty, for its harbours boasted a watchtower of such stupefying height that the beacon which blazed from the summit of the structure could be seen up to 50 miles out at sea. Wonders, certainly, were nothing new at Alexandria. The very name of the city bore witness to its glamorous pedigree. Not even Constantinople could boast a founder to compare with Alexander the Great. Planted on the Mediterranean coast, fashioned out of the marble which had long served as the badge of cosmopolitan chic, and with the Pharos, its astounding lighthouse, to illumine the international shipping lanes, the city had always defined itself as haughtily, indeed defiantly, Greek. Its inhabitants liked to call it Alexandria by Egypt, as though to do otherwise might risk their being submerged beneath the peasant-worked mud of the Nile. Geography could not be totally denied, though. Right from the beginning, Alexandria had been touched by schizophrenia. Alexander, travelling to the spit of land on which he would found his great city, had journeyed from Siwa, an oracle in the depths of the western desert, where Amun, the ram-headed king of the Egyptian gods, had revealed to him the secrets of his destiny, and instructed him, it may be, to found Alexandria. This is why, on coins minted by his successors, the great conqueror had often been shown sporting the 2 curling horns of Amun, an image that had perfectly fused traditions of Greek portraiture with those of the ancient and mysterious land that Alexander had brought beneath his rule. In similar manner, the greatest temple in Alexandria, a massive complex of shrines, libraries, and lecture halls named the Serapeum, had been raised in honour of Serapis, a deity who combined a thoroughly Greek beard and robe with a primordially Egyptian lineage. Artificially multicultural the god may have been, but that was precisely what had rendered him the perfect patron for a city such as Alexandria, created as it had been from nothing, and poised between 2 very different worlds. Yet if gods could be created, then so too, of course, could they be killed. 8 centuries had passed since the founding of Alexandria, and in that time the cults that had once dominated the city had passed into oblivion. It was hardly to be wondered at, perhaps, in a place that had played host to the gods of both Olympus and the Nile for so long, that certain marks of paganism should still have lingered, but as memorials now to a toppled order. Sail into the easternmost of Alexandria's harbours, for instance, and there, dominating the waterfront, the traveller would see a massive temple precinct, originally built by a Greek queen, and fronted by plundered obelisks, but which had served the city's bishop for more than a century now as his cathedral. Not that the birth pangs of a Christian Alexandria had been easy, though. The Alexandrians were notorious for their rebellion and rioting, and the convulsions that had accompanied the overthrow of paganism had been predictably bruising. In 391, when a mob of Christians had attempted to storm the Serapeum, the pagans had fought back. They had barricaded the gates of the temple and, so it was plausibly reported, nailed Christian prisoners to crosses on its walls. Such resistance, of course, had only made the eventual capture of the temple all the sweeter. Its 750-year-old statue of Serapis had been hacked to pieces, the contents of its libraries destroyed, and its various buildings either converted to Christian worship or left as mouldering shells. Alexandria, once the intellectual powerhouse of paganism, had been reconsecrated as something new, as the most glorious and Christ-loving city of the Alexandrians. Christ-loving or not, though, it still maintained, in the opinion of a long succession of Christian emperors, its reputation as a nest of troublemakers. It had not gone unnoted, for instance, that Arius had originally been from Alexandria. In point of fact, however, the city's tradition of inquiry into the nature of God, a uniquely brilliant and searching one, had always preferred to stress the opposite extreme to that of Arianism, downplaying the human nature of the Saviour and emphasizing the divine. Any hint of a counter-argument, any suggestion that Christ might after all have had two natures rather than one, would invariably prompt in the Alexandrians an explosion of mingled scorn and fury that was inimitably their own. One inheritance from their pagan forebears that they had most certainly not discarded was an unshakable conviction that they were, quite simply, the cleverest people in the world. The Patriarch of Alexandria, with imperious immodesty, had even taken to calling himself the Judge of the Universe. Others, less flatteringly, labelled him a new pharaoh. Certainly, the patriarchs had more than intellectual firepower at their fingertips. Intimidation might come physical as well. The trendsetter here was Athanasius, the bishop who had first definitively catalogued the books of the New Testament. Back in the 4th century, he had ruled Alexandria with a rod of iron, not hesitating to have his opponents beaten up or kidnapped if the situation demanded it. A century later, and it had been the turn of another patriarch, Dioscorus, to blend rarefied theology with the tactics of a gangland boss. Travelling to Ephesus in 449 for a showdown with the Nestorians of Antioch, he took with him an escort of paramilitaries so rowdy and intimidating that his fellow bishops, shocked to find themselves howled down every time they opened their mouths, termed the summit, in outrage, the Robber Council. Parabolani, these thugs of Dioscorus had been called, black-robed enforcers who worked ostensibly as hospital attendants, but who, whenever summoned by the Patriarch, would cheerfully demonstrate their devotion to Christ through often spectacular displays of violence. Pagans, Jews, heretics, all felt their fists. By introducing the Parabolani onto the international stage, however, Dioscorus had fatefully overreached himself. The Council of Chalcedon, summoned 2 years after the debacle of Ephesus, pointedly refused to legitimize the Monophysite doctrines that had been so subtly honed in Alexandria. The result was a standoff. As self-confident in the superiority of their own intellects as they had ever been, most Alexandrians dismissed Chalcedon's resolutions with predictable contempt. The threat of violence continued to smoulder, and occasionally to burst into flames. In 457, for instance, after the distant emperor had ousted the disgraced Dioscorus and foisted a replacement on the Alexandrians, an indignant mob hacked down the wretched new patriarch in one of his own churches, and paraded his mangled corpse in triumph through the streets. No mob like an Alexandrian mob for combining intellectual snobbery with a taste for atrocities. Nevertheless, in the sheer scale of hostility to Chalcedon, there was something new. Rarefied debates about the nature of the universe were no longer, as they had been in pagan times, the sole preserve of the metropolis. Across the whole vast expanse of Egypt, whether in the churches of obscure provincial towns or in monasteries out in the desert, few were those who doubted that Christ had only the single nature. Indeed, the province was so teeming with monophysites that they increasingly came to be known simply as Copts, an abbreviation of the Greek word for Egyptians. At last, after centuries of scorning and exploiting its hinterland, Alexandria had come to speak for the whole of Egypt. The result was a display of mass disobedience fit to give even Justinian pause. Only in 536, buoyed by his successes in Italy, had he finally presumed to reprise the measure first attempted in 457, and impose his own choice of patriarch upon the recalcitrant Alexandrians, a step greeted by the Alexandrians themselves as the opening up of the pit of the abyss. Such hysteria was hardly surprising, for Justinian's nominee, a monk from the Delta by the name of Paul, had known better than to take for granted the obedience of his new flock. Rather than risk the fate of his hapless predecessor, he had opted instead to get his own blows in first, a policy that had served to confirm for the Alexandrians all their darkest suspicions of the Chalcedonian Church. Their new patriarch, even by the autocratic standards of his predecessors, verged on the psychopathic. Corrupt, brutal, and with a taste for spilling blood, so uninhibited was his thuggery that Justinian, after a couple of years, was prepared to acknowledge something startling, that he might perhaps have made a mistake. Paul was duly sacked. A new patriarch, a Syrian by the name of Zoilus, was dispatched from Constantinople as his replacement. The Alexandrians, scorning their new leader as both a foreigner and a Chalcedonian, but finding him otherwise inoffensive, opted simply to ignore him. So ended Justinian's project to reunite Egypt with the imperial church, amid inglorious compromise. As perhaps had always been inevitable, the Copts were simply too numerous, too distant, and too monophysite to be brought to heel. Nor were these the only considerations weighing on Justinian's mind. It was no coincidence, surely, that the squalid episode of Paul's tenure in Alexandria coincided with a far more crowd-pleasing initiative, the closure, in an isolated Libyan oasis, of the very last functioning temple of Amun. This step, although clearly taken in accordance with the wishes of the heavens, was not wholly devoid of earthly calculation. For Justinian was keen to remind the Copts that he and they, despite their disagreements, were all of them lovers of Christ. Urgent though it clearly was to secure the unity of the Church, it was no less urgent to ensure the continued loyalty of Egypt, and thereby to secure for the vast population of Constantinople and the soldiers of the Eastern Front the incomparable harvests sprung from the floodplains of the Nile. Every year, gliding downriver to Alexandria, great fleets of barges would bring hundreds upon thousands of tons of grain, and every year giant ships would then transport the precious cargo onwards to the capital. Alexandria might have been a marble-clad cosmopolis of lecture halls and churches, but she was no less an entrepot of warehouses, docks, and silos. Had she not been, the new Rome would long since have found the flesh shrinking off her bones. For Constantinople and all the region around it are fed, in the main, by Alexandria. Yet in the summer of 541, as the ghostly fleet of bronze ships appeared along the Mediterranean coast, it was becoming terrifyingly clear that death, too, as well as life, might be had from Egypt. In July, reports had reached Alexandria of an epidemic in the port of Pelusium, on the far eastern side of the Nile Delta, that had left the city a charnel house. Panic at this news, however, was unlikely to have been immediate, for sudden flare-ups of disease were common, and usually, by the grace of God which protects us, do not last long. The outbreak in Pelusium, however, had not abated. Instead, from coastal town to coastal town it had begun to spread with lethal speed. Every time a bronze ship was spotted out on the nighttime waters, people on the shore would abruptly find themselves struck down by a fever, and then, touching their groins or their armpits or behind their ears, discover painful black swellings, bubones, as they were called in Greek, until finally, it might be, staggering out into the streets, they would fall and become a terrible and shocking spectacle for those who saw them, as their bellies were swollen and their mouths wide open, throwing up pus like torrents, their eyes inflamed, and their hands stretched out upward and over the corpses that lay rotting on corners, and in the porches of courtyards, and in churches, and everywhere, with no one to bury them. And so the pestilence raged, and as it raged, it drew ever closer to Alexandria. By September, the first headaches, the first buboes, the first rattling expectorations of blood were being reported in the docks. Within days, the plague was general over the city and far beyond. Alexandria, ever the intellectual powerhouse, boasted the most prestigious medical schools in the world. But even the city's famous teaching specialists found themselves helpless before the spread of the mysterious pestilence, unable to diagnose it, still less prescribe any cure. The death rate rose inexorably until many houses became completely destitute of human inhabitants. So putrid were the streets with piles of the dead, so thick with flies, so slippery underfoot with blood and melted flesh, that it was impossible to clear them. Those who dared to venture out into the fetid heat, whether to loot or simply to scavenge food, wore tags so that their families could be alerted to come and bury them should they too be overwhelmed by the plague while abroad. Unless, of course, as was entirely probable, their families had themselves been struck down in the meanwhile. Nor, the observant noted, was it only humans who were perishing of the epidemic. Animals too were succumbing. Why, even rats, swollen with buboes, were to be seen infected and dying. Week after week, the pestilence continued its scything progress. Then, finally, it began to subside, until at last, 4 months after its first appearance on the streets of Alexandria, the dying was largely done. Yet the plague, always moving forward and travelling at times favourable to it, was still far from spent. Traders from Egypt might sail as far afield as Britain, and those who had survived the pestilence still needed to make a living. In the spring of 542, as the storms of winter died down, the ships of Alexandria started to put out to sea, bearing with them their freights of merchandise, papyrus and linen, spices and medicines, glassware and exotic sweets. Pet birds, too, and even camels were sometimes transported. And then, of course, travelling as stowaways, there were always rats. On the rats were fleas, and in the fleas was Yersinia pestis, the deadly pathogen that, unknown to anyone, was spreading the plague. The science of bacteriology, it went without saying, lay immeasurably beyond the orbit of the scholarship of the age. Even the most brilliant of Alexandria's doctors did not think to associate the spread of a pandemic so lethal and unprecedented with anything so commonplace as a flea bite. The result was, as ships fanned out across the Mediterranean, that the pestilence, too, invisible and unsuspected, continued on its deadly way. Sometimes it happened, in the midst of a voyage, that a vessel would be attacked so suddenly by the wrath of God, and to such devastating effect, that it would be left to drift aimlessly on the currents, manned by nothing but corpses, until it sank or ran aground. More commonly, a ship would dock in some distant port, and then, a day or two later, the first buboes would start to appear on the groins and armpits of the locals. And always, after beginning on the coast, the disease would then head on inland. In Constantinople, rumours of doom had been sweeping the city for months. Back in the autumn of 541, as Alexandria had been twisting upon the rack, a woman had fallen into a rapture and cried out to the Byzantines that death was arriving from the sea to swallow up the world. The following spring, with the first grain ships of the year looming off the Golden Horn, and granaries along the harbour front busily being filled, so mysterious apparitions began to be glimpsed. Whoever was touched by one of these phantoms would immediately fall sick. Within days, across the whole of Constantinople, thousands upon thousands were dying. At first, only the poor perished, but soon even the most exclusive quarters of the city were succumbing. Such was the lethal effect of the plague's spread that entire palaces might be transformed into sepulchres, their mosaic floors littered with corpses, senators and servants alike left as pus-streaked food for worms. Even in the imperial palace, in the bedchamber of the emperor himself, the burning mark of the plague was felt, for Justinian too fell ill. That he went on to recover was proof that the pestilence, though virulent, was not necessarily fatal, for there were some, a small minority, who did survive infection. Whether this was necessarily a blessing, however, was debatable, for what pleasure could there be in life if spouse and children, friends and kin were all of them dead? Certainly, to those who lived through that summer in Constantinople, the entire city appeared condemned. The streets were empty of the living. No business of any kind was undertaken, save for the burying of corpses. The butchers' shops stood empty, the markets deserted, the bakers' kilns unlit. So it was, in a city prodigiously full of good things to eat, that starvation ran riot. The pestilence, adding to all the manifold sufferings that it had already dealt, now trailed famine in its wake. To many of those who survived its passage, the plague appeared a calamity by which the whole of humanity came close to annihilation. An exaggeration? Perhaps, but then again, accurate figures were hard to come by. The imperial statisticians had tried to keep track of the death rate in the capital, but had fast been overwhelmed. In due course, confronted by the mounds of corpses in the streets, Justinian gave orders for them to be dumped at sea, and then, as the water turned into a soup of decomposing flesh, for vast pits to be dug on the far side of the Golden Horn. Within these, rows of bodies were laid and then trodden upon by feet and trampled like spoiled grapes, so that further corpses, when they were hurled down from the rim of the pit, would sometimes vanish into the mulch. To those haunted by such a hellish vision, the entire world seemed to have become a winepress, in which countless multitudes were being crushed by the wrath of God. Even though the plague, by August 542, had finally spent itself in Constantinople, reports of its onward sweep across the rest of the empire and beyond did not diminish in horror. Asia Minor, too, it was reported, had been visited by the pestilence, and Jerusalem, and the rubble-strewn shanty-town that was Antioch. By December, it was endemic in Sicily, and by 543, across much of Italy, Spain, and Gaul. That the West could boast no cities on the scale of those to be found in the East did not serve to spare it. In the most remote village, no less than in the darkest urban slum, the pestilence stalked down the living. The world seemed returned to its primordial silence, for no voices rose in the fields, no whistling was heard of shepherds. So it was reported of the Italian countryside. Places where men once lived had become lairs for savage beasts. Meanwhile, Along the eastern frontier of Justinian's empire, where Khusro had frantically constructed a cordon sanitaire, the plague was briefly halted in its tracks. One outbreak of buboes in the ranks of the Shahanshah's own army had been effectively quarantined, and another in Media. But the pestilence could not be kept at bay forever. By 545, it had breached the bulwarks of Iran Shah and was sweeping eastwards with a violence even more terrible, if anything, than it had displayed on its westward course. Across Mesopotamia in particular, it raged for longer than it had ever done in Alexandria or Constantinople, so that all was famine, madness, and fury. Nothing was proof against it. Time would see it spread as far afield as China. Never before in history had so much of humanity been united by a common experience of suffering. If some communities were wiped out utterly by the plague, and some were mysteriously spared, then most, if reports are collated and the evidence carefully sifted, appear to have suffered a mortality rate of something around a third. Not annihilation, then, by any means, but a culling, nevertheless, on a wholly shattering scale. Always, however, after every visitation, the time would come when even the evil stench of the rotting corpses would lift, and people, rubbing their eyes, would emerge onto weed-covered streets or fields. Many of them, artisans, tradesmen, peasants, found the world they were returning to ripe with unanticipated opportunity. The ready supplies of labour that the wealthy had hitherto always taken for granted were suddenly at a premium. Demands that previously, before the coming of the plague, the poor would never have dared to push, were now increasingly theirs to make. Inflation, as a result, began to gallop. By 545, just 3 years after the departure of the plague from Constantinople, Justinian was appalled to discover that wages in the capital had more than doubled. The emperor's response to this unsettling state of affairs was his habitual one. He passed a law. By its terms, it was declared illegal for any labourer to be paid more than he would have received prior to the plague. The effect of this legislation, to Justinian's bafflement and indignation, was minimal. Wages continued to spiral upwards. The world, it seemed, was not to be restored to its former conditions simply on the say-so of an edict. And in truth, there was barely a sinew, barely a muscle of the great machine of imperial administration that had not been left enfeebled by the pestilence. Physicians noted with interest that those who had contracted the plague and survived would invariably bear the stamp of their brush with death. Some were left bald, others with a lisp, others with a staggering, lurching gait. Almost all suffered a terrible lassitude, often for years. To this rule, it was true, Justinian himself stood as a notable exception. But he knew, none better, that what might be true of individuals was true as well of his entire dominion. Infinitely more than the feckless tribes of the barbarians, more even than the kingdom of Khusro, the empire of the Roman people had always depended on a sizable population for its healthy functioning. Civilian state that it essentially was, it could not hope to prosper without a hefty tax base. Now, in the wake of the plague, that tax base had suffered perhaps irreparable damage. Nor was that the limit of the danger. In provinces that only a few years previously had provided ready supplies of recruits for the imperial armies, whole villages, whole regions now stood denuded. This, at the best of times, would have posed a formidable challenge. At a moment when Roman forces were engaged in a number of debilitating conflicts, from Italy to Syria, it threatened catastrophe. As for Justinian himself, so devastating and unexpected had been the blow to all his ambitions that he might well have been expected to buckle under it. But he did not. Instead, grimly, doggedly, heroically, he set to shoring up his battered empire against utter ruin. From the summer of 548 onwards, he would be forced to do so without the woman who for over 20 years had been the companion both of his bed and of his counsels. For, in June that year, Theodora died. Justinian, who for the rest of his life would never cease to light candles before the mausoleum which he had built to serve the pair of them as their final resting place, could not endure to take another wife. Henceforward he would be married to his work. Day and night, for he had little need of sleep, he devoted himself to the thankless task of compensating for the most precipitous drop in revenue that any emperor had ever faced. Ruthless austerity measures were imposed, courier services slashed, road maintenance abandoned, the civil service streamlined. Tax collection was overtly professionalized, so as to throttle any prospect of evasion. Even the manufacture of silk was nationalized. Such measures won for Justinian, against all the odds, funding sufficient to bring his many wars to a seemingly satisfactory close. By the time of his death in 565, he had stabilized the eastern frontier by signing yet another eternal peace with Khusro, and decisively defeated the Ostrogoths in the west. He had even acquired a whole new province in southern Spain. Only fitting, then, it might have been thought, that the body of the great emperor, as it lay in state, had been covered by a pall on which he was shown trampling down a barbarian king, of the kind that it had always been the traditional prerogative of the Roman people to crush. Happy days, so the image proclaimed, were come again. But the pall told only part of the story. Its portrait of the emperor as the youthful and Christ-favoured visionary who, in the joyous year of 534, had sat in triumph over the Vandals, veiled the withered corpse of an 83-year-old man. Between the image of an empire restored to its ancient supremacy over most of the Mediterranean and the grim reality, there stretched a similarly yawning chasm. In the opinion of Justinian's critics, of whom behind closed doors there were many, the emperor's cure had proved quite as deadly as the disease. In Italy, for instance, no matter how shrilly his propagandists might seek to deny it, victory had left the peninsula immeasurably less Roman than it had ever been under Theodoric. Over the course of 2 decades, the bloody and wearisome slog to overthrow the Ostrogoths had witnessed the abolition of the consulship, the flight to Constantinople of almost every senator, and even, during the winter months of 550, the most shocking of all the breaks with the past, the complete, albeit temporary, depopulation of Rome itself. Not since the time of Romulus had the eternal city stood so empty, so abandoned to grass and swamps. Victory of such an order seems scarcely different from defeat. Why, then, had Justinian waded through a whole mire of destruction to secure it? Because he was bloodthirsty and murderous by nature, some thought to whisper. That his reign had seen the entire world drenched with human blood was due not to his desperate struggle against evil circumstance, but to the startling fact that he had literally been an agent of hell. Even his tireless burning of the midnight oil might be interpreted as evidence, not of his devotion to the Roman people, but of his diabolic nature. One servant had reported seeing Justinian late at night without his head. Another that the emperor's face had suddenly metamorphosed into a hideous and shapeless lump of flesh. How, then, could this man have been anything other than a demon? Admittedly, those who pushed this particular theory did tend to have axes to grind. Justinian, never popular with the traditional elite at the best of times, had hardly risen in their estimation by taking such strenuous measures in the years before his death to slash the budget deficit. Nothing about him quite so infernal in the opinion of stymied tax dodgers as what they bitterly dismissed as his avarice. Nevertheless, it was hardly necessary to believe that the imperial throne had genuinely been occupied by the Lord of Demons, to dread that the gates of hell might be yawning increasingly wide. Zoroastrian priests were not alone in warning their flocks that time itself was destined to come to an end, amid a titanic death struggle between good and evil. The same mood of mingled terror and hope that had inspired Mazdak to declare that the horizon was not far off, that the great climax of things was drawing near, had repeatedly haunted the imaginings of the Christian people too. Christ himself had warned his disciples what to expect. His own return, like lightning, that comes from the east and shines as far as the west. His sitting in judgment over the living and the dead. His delivery of the wicked to eternal punishment, and of the righteous to eternal life. And the day and hour of these events? Not even the angels themselves, so Christ had declared, could be sure of that. Nevertheless, certain clues, certain signs would herald for the faithful the coming of the day of judgment. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in various places. In the wake of Justinian's reign, this was a message as unsettling as any in Scripture. The plague, after its initial devastating eruption, had still not abated. By striking seemingly at random at different times and in different places, it cast a perpetual shadow of menace. Its recurrence, so a lawyer in Antioch recorded in numb despair, has seen me lose at various times several of my children, my wife, and many of my kin, not to mention numerous servants, both in town and in the country. Time would see him lose a grandson as well, a pattern of bereavement repeated across the empire and far beyond. Yet pestilence was only one of the harbingers of the end days to have afflicted the Roman people. Prior to the plague's appearance, back in 536, a mysterious dust cloud had cast the world into darkness for months. Then, in December 557, a terrible earthquake had shaken Constantinople, rocking it so severely that the dome of Hagia Sophia had collapsed the following spring, necessitating years of repairs. Most ominous of all, in 559, an army of barbarians had crossed the frozen Danube and struck so far south as to menace Greece and the capital itself. Constantinople had been preserved from seemingly inevitable ruin only by the desperate summoning of Belisarius out of retirement, for the aged general, frail though he had become, had lost none of his aptitude for winning victories. Elsewhere, however, the rising tempo of barbarian assaults had proved less easy to repulse. Bands of migratory peasants, known as Slavs, had been infiltrating the Balkans since the 540s, when the plague had first harrowed the region. Then, from beyond the Danube, a tribe of peculiarly brutal savages, steppe-land nomads named the Avars, had started to make alarming demands for danger money. Most demoralizing of all, perhaps, was the descent upon Italy in 568 of a shaven-headed, long-bearded people called the Lombards, who in next to no time had succeeded in dismembering Constantinople's hard-won mastery of the peninsula for good. Less than a decade after the death of Justinian, the imperial control had been pegged back to a corridor of land between Ravenna and Rome. So much blood, so much destruction, and all in vain. How were these catastrophic eruptions to be explained? On one level, the answer was very simple. Nomads, by and large, had proved immune to the reach of the plague. As a result, whether descending across the Danube or from the Alps, they usually vastly outnumbered the local garrisons. Even Belisarius, in his last-ditch defence of Constantinople, had been able to muster only a few hundred veterans, and had depended largely for his victory on a rag-bag of peasants and plenty of bluff. Elsewhere, for all the conscientiousness with which Justinian had devoted his tax revenues to the construction of fortresses along the empire's frontiers, Not even the most bristling of walls could be made serviceable without soldiers to man them. Time and again, as barbarian horsemen advanced into Roman territory, they would find themselves passing fields that stood overgrown, and villages that lay abandoned. Whole stretches of the empire, to all intents and purposes, were now deserted. All of this had long been foretold. Christ had not been alone in warning of how the world was destined to end. Jewish prophets and Christian saints alike had predicted that fearsome and savage hordes would descend on God's people like a cloud covering the land in the run-up to the end days, hordes of whom in the Bible had been given the sinister names Gog and Magog. The hint of dark mystery in all this had been sufficient, as the world had become increasingly Christian and barbarians ever more of a threat, to prompt much heated speculation. Who were Gog and Magog? Where were they lurking? Why would they not materialize until the end of time? The answers to these questions had been found, somewhat unexpectedly, in the biography of Alexander the Great. Historians had long known that the famous conqueror, in the course of his global travels, had discovered a mountain pass on the edge of the world which he had sealed with iron gates. Over the centuries, this story had been much improved. By the time of Justinian, it was known for a fact that the gates had been faced with bronze, that the peoples they had served to imprison had been none other than Gog and Magog, and that Alexander, upon whom the Spirit of the Lord rested, had built them with the direct encouragement of an angel. To the Christian people of Alexandria, this was not wholly bad news, perhaps. It provided a welcome reassurance that the founder of their city, despite his regrettable taste for sporting the horns of a pagan demon, had all along been a self-proclaimed servant of God. By and large, however, the implications were unnerving in the extreme. It was hard, with barbarians gathering outside the walls of Constantinople and the whole world seemingly on the move, to avoid the obvious conclusion that yet another portent of the end days had arrived upon the scene. The bolts set on Alexander's gates, so many dreaded, were starting to crumple and buckle and give. Beyond them, straining to be released upon the world, were waiting Gog and Magog, fiends so terrible that they thought nothing of drinking the blood of babies and snacking on kittens. Before the onset of such invaders, then, who could say what the fate of the world would be? No wonder, in the final years of the 6th Christian century, that many in the empire of the Romans should have looked to the future with a peculiar foreboding. Calamities are approaching, such as the current generation cannot imagine. A sobering reflection that the worst might be yet to come. The Great War. Around Easter AD 600, the plague returned to Galilee. So virulently did the outbreak rage that it had soon spread beyond the Golan Heights and into the wilderness of scrub and sand that bordered Palestine. Prominent among the frontier settlements devastated by its coming was Gibeah, the great tent city of the Gassanids. There the horror of the pestilence would long be remembered. Like whirlwinds, wrote one of their poets, it left the smoke of its blazing passage. Arabs who lived beyond the frontiers of the empire had previously been spared the worst of the plague. Infection stalked the desert less readily than it did streets or fields. More than half a century had passed since the first appearances of the pestilence, and still the Arabs took for granted that it was a disease of the land of the Romans. To the Gassanids, and to the Lakhmids as well, the culling of peoples along the entire sweep of the Fertile Crescent had spelled considerable opportunity, for the exhaustion and impoverishment of both their respective sponsors had inevitably resulted in a certain loosening of leashes. Back in the 540s, for instance, at the height of the devastation wrought by the pestilence, Aretas and Mundhir had been free to escalate their vendetta without reference to either the Romans or the Persians. Superpower patronage, amid the swirl of their own venomous hatred, became almost an irrelevance. The two sides increasingly battled in the names of heavenly rather than earthly sponsors. Mundhir, following his capture of one of Aretas's sons, did not hesitate to top his earlier sacrifice of 400 virgins to Al-Uzza by offering up the Ghassanid prince to the goddess Al-Uzza. Other Christian captives, so it was claimed, were tortured by the Lakhmid king until they agreed to join in her worship. News of these atrocities, brought to St. Simeon on his pillar, so appalled the stylite that he promptly lent his prayers to the Ghassanids. Sure enough, in 554, Aretas had been graced with a stunning and climactic triumph. In a great battle fought at Chalcis in Syria, a Lakhmid invasion force was annihilated. Simeon, borne from his pillar by the agency of the heavens to a hill overlooking the action, made his own personal contribution to the victory by asking the Holy Spirit to strike down Mundhir with a fireball, a request which the Holy Spirit obligingly met. Aretas hailed the Ghassanid dead, among them his own eldest son, not merely as heroes, but as martyrs in the cause of Christ. Here, in this notion that killing might be done as a service to the heavens as well as to secure plunder, was an intoxicating new possibility for the Arabs to contemplate. To the Ghassanids in particular, it had fast become something more, the irreducible core of their identity. By 600 there could be no doubting their commitment to the image they had of themselves as the shields of a Christian empire. Not even a host of insults from the increasingly twitchy Roman establishment, including in 582 the exiling of their king to Sicily and a brief, disastrous attempt to dissolve their federation altogether, could shake their loyalty. In their own opinion, they were warriors of God, or they were nothing. It was a potent conceit. Other Arab tribes, rather than dismissing the Ghassanids as Roman stool pigeons, increasingly viewed them as they had previously viewed the Lakhmids, as cynosures of chivalry. So open was the table at the Ghassanid court, poets claimed, that Jabia's watchdogs had quite fallen out of the habit of barking at strangers. Even their recipes were of a quality appropriate to favourites of the heavens. No higher compliment could possibly be paid to a woman, for instance, than to compare her excellence to that of the local speciality, the Taridat Ghassan, a stew of brains and gravy. The Ghassanids' influence ran far deeper than haute cuisine, though. Their aura of glamour and invincibility served as invaluable marketing for their celestial patron, too. By 600, even the king of the Lakhmids had become a Christian. In Hira, as in Jabia, stone churches were erected amid the tents. From the north to the distant south, where Najran's Kaaba preserved the glorious memory of the city's martyrs, the margins of Arabia increasingly bore the physical signs of the Christian faith. To ambitious warlords, these promise not merely heavenly salvation in the hereafter, but ready access within their lifetimes to the dimension of the angelic. The conviction that a man of exceptional holiness, by virtue of his sufferings, might come to see through the veil of his tears the blaze of the heavenly hosts, their drawn swords flickering with fire, was held by many Arabs with a wolfish literalness. The military potential of a saint, after all, had been amply demonstrated by the fireball that had incinerated Mundhir. Many warriors, in the wake of their great victory at Chalcis, had duly flocked to St. Simeon's pillar, as though to be touched themselves with something of his power. Decades later, the Ghassanids continued to see in their own Christian piety a weapon more prodigious by far than any other in their armoury. A perspective fit to awe even those tribes that had not submitted to baptism. Between the belief of Christians in an unseen realm of spirits and that of the Arabs there was considerable overlap. Pagans as well as monks might claim to see angels. Dushara, for instance, was said by his worshippers to employ a particularly potent one as his lieutenant, while at Mamre, according to Sozomen, the draw for pagan pilgrims was precisely that angels had appeared there to men. All this, though, to fretful Christians was anything but reassuring. That a pagan might be familiar with angels implied that some of them, at the very least, must in truth have derived from hell. The full, alarming implications of this were best illustrated by what had happened in a city on the edge of Palestine, where, at the height of the plague, demons in the form of angels had appeared to the terrified inhabitants and told them that they would be spared only if they worshipped a bronze idol. Clearly, then, when dealing with supernatural messengers, it was essential to be alert to the possibility of disinformation. Yet this, in turn, ironically enough, was nothing with which the pagans of the desert would have disagreed. Just as it was possible for them to accept the existence of angels, so also did they dread the malignity of jinn, invisible spirits bred of fire, many of whom took an active pleasure in the sufferings of mortals. Even the Ghassanids had blamed the onset of the plague on their stinging. A Christian Arab, picturing combatants engaged upon a celestial battlefield, would doubtless have imagined very little to perplex his pagan counterpart. Between jinn and demons, it appeared, the boundaries were easily blurred. And between goddesses and angels, too. Very possibly. Messengers from heaven appeared to have a definite preference for matching image to audience. Angels who manifested themselves in a Roman province, for instance, were as like as not to sport the medallions and bright crimson belts of imperial bureaucrats. Perhaps, then, in those reaches of Arabia, as yet only semi-illumined by the blaze of Christ, it was only to be expected that they would adopt the look, and sometimes even the names, of pagan deities. Suspended as a goddess, such as Al-Uzza was, in an eerie, distorting half-light, midway between the past and the future, between paganism and the worship of a single god, who was to say what her future would be, whether as demon or as angel, or to be forgotten altogether? Certainly, in the decades that followed the onset of the plague, there could be little doubt that the border zone beyond the Holy Land was indeed extending ever further south into Arabia. That this was so reflected not the strength of the Christian empire, however, but its debilitation. A pronounced shift had occurred in the balance of power, not just in the region of the Fertile Crescent, but along the entire southern frontier. In Carthage, for instance, fretful commentators noted that, while the empire's once countless military units had dwindled in number, the plague, that ally of war, had not so much as touched the rancorous tribes. It was as a consequence of this that the Berbers, natives of North Africa who lurked in the mountains beyond the reach of any imperial strike force, had begun to change from a nuisance to a threat. In Arabia, too, the desert nomads, spared the devastation of the pestilence, scented opportunity in the Romans' agony. They may have lacked the teeming numbers of the Slavs or the Avars, but they too were increasingly on the move. By 600, entire populations of emigrants, muhajirun in Arabic, had settled between Palestine and the Hijaz, the region of Arabia that abuts the upper half of the Red Sea. Tribes completely unknown to the imperial authorities only a few decades earlier, the Judham, the Amila, and the Bali, now joined the roster of foederati. Whether they were truly to be reckoned as friends of the Roman people, however, or as troublesome intruders bought off with danger money, was not altogether clear. Bluff, even at the best of times, worked best without an excess of scrutiny. Indisputable, however, was the fact that the authorities in Palestine did need allies to patrol a buffer zone for them. The same collapse in manpower and revenues as had afflicted the northern and western fronts had resulted in particularly devastating cuts along the frontier of the Holy Land. Indeed, ever since the arrival of the plague, it had effectively been demobilized. Forts stood abandoned to weeds, jackals, and the odd ascetic. A radical streamlining, but informed, nevertheless, by a certain brutal logic. Predatory nomads might be a nuisance, but they scarcely compared in terms of menace with the House of Sassan. 60 years after Khusro had plundered the cities of Syria, the frontier with Iran-Shah remained Roman strategists' supreme priority, and the source of all their nightmares. Such resources as the empire could muster continued to be lavished on its garrisons. The consequence was, at a time when even the previously booming cities of Syria were afflicted by contraction and impoverishment, that the border zone with Iran-Shah alone defied recession. And here, for those Arabs beyond the frontier keen to better themselves, was yet further scope for battening onto Roman gold. Not since the collapse of the spice trade had business conditions been more in their favour. It was not only Syria's cities, but its countryside that had been devastated by the plague. Repeated outbreaks had crippled agricultural production. Passers-by, observing the overgrown fields, the rotting apples and grapes, the feral cattle, sheep and goats, were moved to quote the words of the prophet Isaiah, "The earth shall be laid utterly waste, and be utterly despoiled." Yet garrisons, of course, still needed food for their messes, provender for their horses and pack animals, leather for their armour, shields and tents. Under normal circumstances, the costs of overland transport would hardly have made it worth the while of Arab merchants to trade in such basic commodities. But circumstances, in the wake of the plague, were very far from normal. The Arabs, for the first time in many centuries, found themselves major players in a seller's market. Nor was it only the Romans who offered them ripe opportunity for doing business. The same pestilence that had so devastated Syria had brought ruin to Mesopotamia as well. Formidable though the Persians continued to appear when viewed from the watchtowers of Dara, the truth was that they too, no less than their western rivals, had found the legacy of the plague a devastating one. Khusro's successes, no less than Justinian's, appeared to have left his empire only the more exposed. In 557, in the greatest triumph of his reign, he had succeeded in annihilating the Hephthalites once and for all, so that of the people who had once brought such ruin and humiliation upon Iran-Shah, nothing had remained but the memory of their name. Yet that victory had come at high cost. The battle had been won in alliance with the Turks, an ugly, insolent, broad-faced, eyelashless mob. These new arrivals, gorging themselves on their winnings, had soon established themselves as a presence on Iran-Shah's northern frontier, no less menacing than the Hephthalites had ever been. Nomadic, and therefore largely unaffected by the plague, they were even more numerous than the Avars, whose Khan they imperiously dismissed as a runaway slave. Khusro, pressured from the north by the Turks and along the western front as ever by the Romans, had duly found himself locked into a struggle to defend his borders no less desperate than the one faced by Justinian. Still, into his 9th decade, he had been obliged to remain upon the campaign trail. By the time he finally died in 579, he had, so it was reliably reported, lost his appetite for war. The challenge of how to cope with the escalating crisis was inherited by his son, Hormizd. The solution, attempted by the new Shahanshah, who would long be remembered for his benevolence toward the weak and destitute, was to accuse the Parthian nobility of hoarding wealth that could better be spent by himself on succouring his needy people, and to aim, as not even Khusro had dared to do, at the permanent breaking of their power. There was, of course, in this attempt at increased centralization, more than an echo of the policies adopted by Justinian in the wake of the plague. But the Parthian nobility, unlike their Roman counterparts, had never been content merely to snipe and moan from the sidelines. In 590, the leader of the Miran, a renowned general by the name of Bahram Khobin, suffered a minor reverse at the hands of the Romans, and was sent an outfit of women's clothes to wear by a contemptuous Hormizd. Such, at any rate, was the story later told, and whether true or not, it's certain that the onset of the campaigning season saw Bahram Khobin marching not against the Romans, but directly on Ctesiphon. The news of his approach was sufficient to inspire two other Parthian dynasts in the capital to stage a coup. Hormizd was toppled, blinded, and put to death, all in brisk succession. His young son was thrust onto the throne and proclaimed Khusro II. Not since the dark days following the death of Peroz 100 years previously had the house of Sassan appeared more beleaguered. And worse was to come. Bahram Khobin went further than even his most audacious ancestors had done. Rather than rest content with the toppling of Hormizd, he took the ultimate, the blasphemous step. He declared himself king. Here, for the Zoroastrian Church, as much as for the House of Sassan, was a maneuver that threatened the breaking of the universe itself. For how could the one hope to survive without the other? Bahram Khobin, it seems, did not shrink from answering this question in the boldest terms imaginable. He was, so he declared, the living embodiment of the fire of Mir is great. If it were true, as seemed entirely probable, that the end days were approaching, then clearly Iran-Shah needed not so much a king as a saviour. This, mimicking the strategy of Mazdak, was precisely what Bahram Khobin claimed to be. Far from ducking the Maobed's charge that his rebellion threatened the end of the world, he seems openly to have revelled in the fact. In the event, his occupation of the throne of Ardashir lasted no more than a year. Khusro II, with the inevitable backing of the Miran's rival Parthian dynasts and the far more unexpected support of the new Caesar, Maurice, defeated the rebel Shahanshah, who promptly fled to the Turks. There, soon afterwards, he was assassinated by Sasanian agents. Order, it appeared, had been restored to heaven and earth. Yet this would prove to be a spectacular delusion. In truth, the presentiment of Bahram Khobin that the framework of things stood upon the brink of dissolution was to prove all too justified. Like the plague, the contagion of violence initiated by his rebellion was destined to spread far and wide. As in Ctesiphon, so in Constantinople, its effects would be cataclysmic. Maurice, in his decision to override the advice of the Senate and lend his backing to the House of Sassan, had been influenced by one prime consideration: the urgent need to save money. The gambit had initially appeared a great success. The restoration of a grateful Khusro II to his throne had indeed resulted in a peace dividend. Fatefully, though, this had encouraged in Maurice a terminal delusion, that he could now afford to stint on the pay of his soldiers. Back in 588, the army of the East, used as it was to lavish subsidy, had already mutinied over the issue. When the High Command had sought to intimidate the fractious soldiery into submission by unveiling before their gaze the self-portrait of Christ from Edessa, the mob, far from being brought to its senses, had gone so far as to pelt the ineffable object with stones. More than a decade later, in 602, it was the turn of the soldiers in the Balkans to explode into open insurrection. Phocas, their leader, and a man quite as contemptuous of proprieties as Bahram Khobin had been, opted to do what no Roman commander had ever done before. He marched on Constantinople. The proud boast of the Christian Empire, that for centuries no emperor had perished by the hands of either domestic or foreign foes, was trampled brutally into the dirt. Maurice, apprehended in Chalcedon as he sought to escape the Balkan rebels, was beheaded, and his corpse exposed to the jeers of the Hippodrome. His replacement as Caesar, inevitably, was Phocas. 8 years later, the usurper too had been overthrown. His genitals were hacked off, his body skinned, and his head paraded through the streets of the capital on a pole. The toxin of something murderous, it appeared, was now well and truly loose in the new Rome. Yet if any man was fitted to the finding of an antidote, then it was, ironically enough, the same faction leader who had toppled Phocas, an Armenian by the name of Heraclius. Handsome, tall, brave, and a born fighter, the new emperor had already more than demonstrated his capabilities by seizing power in the wake of an almost unfeasibly ambitious operation, a naval assault from Carthage, where his father had been governor-general. Certainly, situated as he now was in the eye of a storm as violent as any in all of Rome's long history, Heraclius faced the most searing test imaginable of his many talents. The cracking of the ages that Bahram Kobin had sensed in Iranshahr was increasingly being experienced in Constantinople too. When crosses in the city began to shake and jump about, few doubted that it portended a truly cosmic evil. In the opinion of Theodore, the empire's most celebrated living saint, and a man of such awesome holiness that he wore a 50-pound metal corset and subsisted entirely on lettuce, the arrival of the devil on earth was near. There will be inroads of many barbarous peoples, and the shedding of much blood, and destruction and captivity throughout the world, and the desolation of holy churches. Then, stated with a terrifying finality, the most shocking forecast of all: the empire itself will fall. Such an eventuality, of course, could only herald the end times, and yet astoundingly, within a mere decade of the ascent of Heraclius to the throne, it had become not merely a possibility, but a terrifying likelihood. The descent of Constantinople into factionalism had not gone unnoted in Ctesiphon. There, eager to escape the shadow of the great Parthian dynasts and to give some colour to his still pallid authority, Khusro II had recognized in the deposition of Maurice the perfect opportunity to busy giddy minds with foreign quarrels. Never before had Iranshahr witnessed such florid mourning for a Caesar. Khusro, despite describing himself as the king who hates war, posed, with a great show of indignant piety, as his murdered benefactor's avenger. As was traditional, he launched his campaign by settling down before the walls of Dara. Abandoned to its fate by the distracted authorities in Constantinople, the great fortress duly surrendered, albeit after a 3-year siege. 3 years after that, in 609, Amida fell too. Then, in 610, the supposedly Christ-protected city of Edessa opened its gates to the Persians. Suddenly, not only Syria, but Anatolia and Palestine lay naked and defenceless before the armies of the Shahanshah. Not since the time of Cyrus had a Persian king been presented with such a deliriously tempting opportunity for westward conquest. Khusro, scarcely believing his luck, decided to go for broke. One army, plundering, slaving, and killing as it went, struck so deep into Anatolia that in 614 even Ephesus, on the shores of the Aegean, was put to the torch. Meanwhile, a second task force, under the command of a Mihranid warlord by the name of Shahbaraz, swung southwards. Its mission, not merely to loot, but to annex. Its success was beyond Khusro's wildest hopes. By 615, the whole of Syria and Palestine belonged to the Shahanshah, with even hippodromes converted into polo pitches. 4 years later, he ruled as the Lord of Egypt too. The dream that had haunted every king of kings since the time of Ardashir of an authentically universal, world-spanning monarchy appeared close to realization at last. The empire of the Romans, meanwhile, stood on the brink of annihilation. As for the fourth beast, there shall be a fourth kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all the kingdoms, and it shall devour the whole earth, and trample it down, and break it to pieces. Such had been the dream of Daniel, and an angel, explaining the vision, had foretold that the time was destined to come when the beast would be destroyed, and given over to be burned with fire, and that the people of God would then inherit the earth. This, in the time-sanctioned opinion of the Church, had been a prophecy of the fate of Rome's pagan order, but perhaps it was only to be expected that the Jews, tracking in amazed astonishment the implosion of the new Rome's Christian empire, should have interpreted it rather differently. Surely now, many of them dared to hope, the coming of the Messiah could not be long delayed. Surely, with Gog and Magog clashing mightily and terror filling the hearts of the nations, the time had come at last when Israel would be cleansed of her sins. Focus of all these expectations only naturally was Jerusalem. Here, when Shabaraz appeared before its walls in the early summer of 614, the Patriarch flatly refused to countenance the appalling possibility that the Holy City might actually fall to pagans. Rather than negotiate terms with the invaders, as most other urban authorities, remembering the fate of Antioch, had hurried to do, he insisted on trusting to the protection of Christ. 3 weeks later, the Persian army stormed the city. The slaughter was something prodigious. Some 50,000 corpses were said to have been left piled up in the streets. A further 35,000 Christians, including the Patriarch himself, were hauled off into captivity. With them, exhumed from a vegetable patch where it had been buried upon news of the Persian approach, went the single most precious object in the entire Christian empire, the true cross. A shudder at the humiliation of this had naturally run deep across the Roman world. No less naturally, it was taken for granted by most Christians that a calamity of such an order could only ever have been the fault of the Jews. Indignant rumour-mongers insisted that it was they who had acted as spies for the Persians, had opened the city's gates, and had led the slaughter of Jerusalem's virgins. Most terrible of all, it was claimed that in the aftermath of the siege, Jews had rounded up some 4,500 Christian captives, had ordered them at sword point to change their religion, and then, upon their refusal, had slaughtered every last one. True or not, such allegations were universally believed, and were only fueled by the naked euphoria of the Jews themselves. No sooner had Jerusalem passed into Persian hands than a mysterious figure, Nehemiah, the son of Hushiel, stepped forward to lead the city's Jews up to the Temple Mount, where they constructed an altar. Sacrifices, for the first time in 500 years, were offered on the sacred rock in accordance with the law of Moses. The opportunity had come at last, it appeared, to found a temple of holiness. Yet all these ecstatic expectations were soon cruelly dashed. The Persians, no less tolerant of Jewish pretensions than the Romans had been, did not have the slightest intention of permitting the construction of a new temple, or allowing some upstart Jew to proclaim himself the Messiah. Only a few months into their occupation of Jerusalem, they arrested Nehemiah, accused him of sedition, and executed him. Whether in fact he had claimed to be the Messiah or not, it was clear that he could not, after all, have been the Son of Man foretold by Daniel, who was destined, after the burning of the fourth beast, to achieve dominion and glory and kingdom. Meanwhile, far to the north, Heraclius was preparing to hammer a further nail into the coffin of Jewish hopes. Perilous though his circumstances certainly were, yet he had not despaired of them. nor of his empire. The decade that Khusro had spent in making extravagant conquests, Heraclius had spent in firming up his power base. By 624 he was finally in a position to go on the offensive, confident that he would not be stabbed in the back. This, for his prospects of success, could hardly have been more critical, for the emperor's campaigning plans were the height of ambition. Just as he had toppled Phocas by striking directly at him from across a prodigious expanse of sea, so now did he aim to repeat the trick by crossing the mountains of Armenia and cutting out at its roots the very source of the evil, Persia. The gamble was a prodigious one, for Heraclius, straining every financial and logistical muscle to the limit, had mustered a task force that was effectively his empire's last line of defence. Teetering on the edge of such peril, he too, just as the Jews had done, looked to Scripture for reassurance. And Heraclius, taking the book of Daniel, discovered in it written thus, "The goat of the west will come forth, and he will destroy the horns of the ram of the east." Then the emperor rejoiced, and was convinced that everything would succeed for him against the Persians. And so it did. 4 long years Heraclius would be gone from Constantinople, a period of absence that would culminate in one of the most stunning comebacks ever recorded in military history. Relentless though the fighting was, and doomed though the Roman cause would certainly have been had the emperor and his tiny army ever been wiped out, yet the greatest aspect of this astonishing campaign was the one that pitched faith directly against faith. In Palestine, shortly before the sack of Jerusalem, heavenly armies had been seen clashing in the sky, and now, on the fallen earth, a battle no less celestial in its character was due to be fought. Heraclius, taking a leaf out of the Ghassanid book, did not hesitate to proclaim himself a warrior of Christ. In doing so, he put on the line not merely his own life and his empire's survival, but the entire authority of the Christian God. As a stake, he wagered the most precious thing he had, Constantinople itself. In 626, when Khusro ordered Shahrbaraz to advance directly to the shores of the Bosphorus, Heraclius did not waver in his conviction that the Christian people of his capital lay secure beneath the watch of the heavens. Not even the fact that the Avars were simultaneously descending from the north, complete with the very latest fashion in siege towers and catapults, could persuade him to abandon his plan of campaign and retreat from Iranshahr. His confidence in the event was to be richly rewarded. The Virgin Mary, whose silhouette, a woman alone in decorous dress, was said to have been glimpsed by the Avar Khan himself upon the battlements, stood directly on guard over the capital. It helped as well that the Byzantine navy, sallying out into the Bosphorus, succeeded in sinking the entire Persian transport fleet. The great siege lasted only a couple of weeks, before both Shahrbaraz's army and the Avars withdrew. The citizens of Constantinople, steeled by such an ultimate test, could know themselves truly the people of God. Meanwhile, far distant in Iranshahr, Heraclius was busy demonstrating to the fire-worshipping subjects of the destructive and ruinous Khusro that their own lord was heaven-cursed. Rather than aim at direct immediate military conquest, an objective that was well beyond his resources, he made it his goal instead to demolish every conceivable underpinning of the prestige of the House of Sassan. This was why he chose to open his campaigning by sweeping down upon the fire of the stallion, storming the summit of the lonely mountain on which it stood, wasting the temple and stamping out the sacred embers. Then, emboldened by a whole string of victories, he descended from the mountains of Media and scythed a bloody course across the open mudflats of Mesopotamia, leaving canals, roads, and villages with corpses. Finally, in December 622, he began to target Khusro's own palaces. Their overseers were taken captive, the animals in the royal parks, from ostriches to tigers, barbecued and fed to his soldiers, the silks and carpets and bags of spices in the treasuries put to the torch. "Let us quench the fire before it consumes everything," Heraclius wrote to his great rival. But already, even as he sent the letter, the flames lit by his soldiers were to be seen from the walls of a terrified Ctesiphon. Meanwhile, Heraclius had more than likely been in secret communication with Shahrbaraz. The Parthian general, his troops stationed in ostentatious inactivity in Syria, had been in deep disgrace with Khusro ever since the failure of the assault on Constantinople. Now, with the Shahanshah in headlong flight before Heraclius's outriders, the Myrrhanid warlord prepared to add to his dynasty's long record of treachery towards the House of Sassan and stab Khusro in the back. On the 23rd of February 628, two of Shahrbaraz's sons arrested the bedraggled monarch, who was suffering from chronic dysentery at the time, and imprisoned him in one of his own palaces. There they set before him a great heap of gold and silver and precious stones, but no food. The wretched Khusro was left to starve, and literally shit himself for 5 days. On the 6th day, his captors shot him to death with arrows. With that, the great war, which had raged for 25 years and had spread destruction to the furthest limits of east and west, was over at last. The victory belonged decisively to Heraclius. His insight that in a world rendered a living hell by plague and war, what mattered most was to have a convincing claim upon the favour of the heavens, had been proved correct in the most resounding fashion imaginable. Khusro had not been defeated militarily. The walls of his capital would certainly have stood proof against the tiny Roman invasion force, and his western conquests were still staked out by Persian garrisons. Yet so meticulously had his prestige been shredded that all his authority had simply melted away, leaving his subjects to ponder the unthinkable and ask themselves whether the House of Sassan itself might have been abandoned by its far. Certainly, by the summer of 629, when Heraclius negotiated the treaty that officially concluded the Great War, the key player was not the 7-year-old grandson of Khusro, who now sat perched precariously on the Persian throne, but Shahrbaraz. Ignoring the infant Shahanshah with high-handed disdain, the emperor and the Parthian dynast agreed among themselves that all Roman territory occupied by the Persians should be restored to the Romans. Then, quietly tipping his fellow negotiator the wink, Heraclius agreed to back Shahrbaraz, should the Myrrhanid chief wish to pursue his own royal ambitions. To no one's great surprise, in April 630, Shahrbaraz duly made his power grab, murdered the child king, and proclaimed himself Shahanshah. A mere 40 days later, he himself was dead, toppled in yet another coup. Assorted Sasanian wraiths, backed by assorted Parthian sponsors, now set to clawing one another to pieces. Heraclius could feel well content. Like a fish, Iran-Shah was patently rotting from its head. Yet even as the House of Sassan snatched desperately after its disintegrating authority and prestige, Heraclius knew that there was an urgent need to preserve his own empire from suffering a similar fate. Even in Constantinople, that victorious and Christ-guarded city, a mood of exhaustion was manifest. In the suburbs left wasted by the Avars, and in the churches stripped bare to fund the war effort. Elsewhere, in the provinces, only just evacuated by their Persian occupiers, marks of ruin were even more omnipresent. In the forts, now blackened and gateless, in the fields overrun by bandits, in the weed-choked streets of ravaged cities. Burned, looted, depopulated, entire swathes of the empire lay mouldering in a state of the most gangrenous misery. Clearly, then, urgent as it was to restore to the redeemed provincials the long atrophied habits of obedience to Roman rule, more urgent still was the need to reassure them that the victory won by Heraclius had indeed been a victory won by God. This was why, in his negotiations with Shah-Baraz, no more urgent demand had been pressed by the emperor than the return from its ignominious captivity of the True Cross. On the 21st of March, 630, stripped of all his imperial regalia and walking humbly on foot, as Christ himself had done on his way to Golgotha, Heraclius entered Jerusalem, bearing with him the precious relic. Men reported that the manner of his arrival had been the result of advice given him by an angel, who had personally instructed him to take off his diadem and to dismount from his horse. A supreme honor for Heraclius to receive, orders direct from the heavens to imitate the last journey of his Saviour. The restoration of the True Cross to Jerusalem was the profoundest demonstration imaginable of the great victory that had been won in the cause of Christ. It also served as a ringing statement of Heraclius's intent. Never again would he permit the Christian empire to be pushed by its enemies to the edge of oblivion. On his approach to Jerusalem, he had made a point of stopping off in Tiberias, where he had been hosted by a wealthy Jew, notorious, under the Persian occupation, for his persecution of the city's churches. Asked by Heraclius why he had so mistreated the local Christians, the Jew had answered disingenuously, "Why? Because they are the enemies of my faith." Heraclius, grim-faced, had advised his host to accept baptism on the spot, which the Jew had prudently done. 2 years later, this order was repeated on a far more universal scale. From Africa to distant Gaul, leaders across the Christian world received news of a startling imperial decision. All Jews and Samaritans were to be brought compulsorily to baptism. Heraclius, conscious of how close he had come to defeat and of the debt he owed to Christ, was not prepared to take any second chances. From now on, the Roman Empire would be undilutedly, and therefore impregnably, Christian. But what of those who lay beyond the reach of the empire? In 632, the same year that saw Heraclius issue his decree on the forcible conversion of the Jews, barbarian horsemen, harsh and strange, descended upon Palestine, ravaging the undefended margins of the province and then disappearing as suddenly as they had arrived. Who were they, and what did they portend? No one could be entirely certain. There were some Christians, however, notwithstanding the triumphant return to Jerusalem of the True Cross, who feared the worst. Dread that the end of time might be at hand had not entirely been abated by the great victory of Heraclius. To see a savage people emerge from the desert and run through land that is not theirs, as if it were their own, laying waste our sweet and organized country with their wild and tamed beasts, what could be more ominous than that? Perhaps then, indeed, when the end times arrived, it would be upon the winding shadows of the indignant desert birds. Part 3. Hijra. Once the world of ideas has been transformed, reality cannot hold out for long. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Chapter 6. More questions than answers. When? Those who anticipated that Heraclius's triumph would provide only a temporary lull in the surge and swirl of great events were to be proved quite spectacularly correct. A bare 3 decades after the conclusion of the terrible war between Iran-Shah and the New Rome, the balance of power that for centuries had divided the Fertile Crescent into 2 rival spheres of influence was no more. In the east, Persian rule had collapsed utterly. All the glory of the House of Sassan had been trampled into the dust. The Shah himself had perished squalidly in the wilds of Khorasan, murdered, so it was said, by a local miller for his gold. His son, the heir of Ardashir and Khusro the Great, was now a fugitive in China. Such an outcome, it might have been thought, was all that generations of Caesars had ever dreamed of achieving. And yet the overthrow of Iran-Shah had certainly not been due to any triumph of Roman arms. A new people had risen to greatness, and these conquerors aimed at the conquest of Constantinople no less than they had Ctesiphon. The Roman Empire, unlike that of the Persians, still stood defiant, but only just. As in the darkest days of the war against Iran-Shah, so now nothing but a rump remained to the new Rome of her dominions. Syria, Palestine, and Egypt had all been lost. Even in Anatolia, the front line was being held only through desperate and blood-sodden effort. Stupefied onlookers, in their attempts to make sense of these astounding convulsions, naturally turned to Scripture for elucidation. Was it possible, they began to ask themselves, that the fourth beast seen by Daniel was not, as had long been presumed, the empire of the Romans after all? It had certainly never been more manifest that God, for his own inscrutable reasons, was redrawing the affairs of men in a wholly startling manner. Global rule had passed into the hands of those previously scorned descendants of Ishmael, the bastard offspring of Abraham, the children of the slave girl Hagar, the Arabs. And behold, a fourth beast, terrible and dreadful and exceedingly strong, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke in pieces and stamped the residue with its feet. Already, by the 660s, there were many prepared to revise their understanding of what Daniel had meant by this vision. He is saying, so a chronicler in Armenia suggested, that this fourth beast, which arises from the south, is the kingdom of the sons of Ishmael. As the decades and then the centuries passed, and still the empire won by the Arabs endured, this reading became ever more accepted among Christians and Jews alike. The Arabs themselves, of course, would have bristled at any notion that they were something bestial, but they too, as they surveyed with pride the awesome sweep of their dominions, never doubted for a moment that their conquests were indeed the expression of the will of the heavens. How else to explain their astonishing dismemberment of what had once been the two greatest empires in the world? We went to meet them with small abilities and weak forces, and God made us triumph, and gave us possession of their territories. By the 10th Christian century, when this self-satisfied assertion was penned, the defeat of the Persians and the Romans had come to be interpreted as something even more epochal than the replacement of two superpowers by a third. The lands won by the sons of Ishmael were no longer defined as an Arab empire, but as the Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam. The first generation of conquerors, even though they had called themselves believers or emigrants, muhajirun, had come to be designated by a quite different word, Muslims. The collapse of Persian and Roman power was attributed not to the agonies of plague and war that had racked the Near East for decades, but to the revelation of the word of God to his prophet in far-off Mecca. When you encounter the unbelievers, blows to necks it shall be until, once you have routed them, you are to tighten their fetters. So Muhammad, serving as the mouthpiece of God, had informed his followers. Thereafter, it is either gracious bestowal of freedom or holding them to ransom until war has laid down its burdens. The notion that a people might be entrusted by the heavens with a charge to spare the vanquished and to overthrow the haughty was hardly original to the Quran, of course. Back in the heyday of Roman greatness, Virgil had articulated a very similar sense of mission. What had changed, however, and to seismic effect, was people's understanding of what the sanction of the heavens might actually mean. Just as Constantine had discovered in Christ an infinitely more potent patron than Athena or Artemis had ever been, so those who turned to the pages of the Quran found revealed there a celestial monarch of such limitless and terrifying power that there could certainly be no question of portraying him, as the Christians did with their own God, in human form. Nothing, literally nothing, was beyond him. If he wishes, O mankind, he can make you disappear and bring others in your stead. To a deity capable of such a prodigious feat of annihilation, what was the overthrow of an empire or two? Remarkable though it certainly was that the Dar al-Islam had been raised upon the rubble of Persian and Roman power, no explanation was needed for this, so Muslim scholars taught, that did not derive from an even more awesome and heart-stopping miracle, the revelation to the prophet of the Quran. What surprise that a fire lit far beyond the reach of the ancient superpowers should have spread to illumine the entire world, when that fire was the Word of God. And it's here, of course, in any interpretation of Islam's origins as an intrusion of the divine into the sweep of earthly events, as a lightning strike from heaven owing nothing to what had gone before, that history must needs meet and merge with faith. Almost 14 centuries on from the lifetime of Muhammad, the conviction that he was truly a prophet of God continues to move and inspire millions upon millions of people around the globe. As a solution to the mystery of what might actually have taken place in the early 7th century Near East, however, it's unlikely to strike those historians raised in the traditions of secular scholarship as entirely satisfactory. By explaining everything, it runs the risk of explaining nothing much at all. Nevertheless, it is a measure of how potently an aura of the supernatural has always clung to the Quran, and to the story of its genesis, that historians have found it so difficult to rationalize its origins. Mecca, so the biographies of the Prophet teach us, was an inveterately pagan city, devoid of any Jewish or Christian presence, situated in the midst of a vast untenanted desert. How else, then, are we to account for the sudden appearance there of a fully fledged monotheism, complete with references to Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, if not as a miracle? In a sense, the entire history of secular inquiry into the origins of Islam has been an attempt to arrive at a plausible answer to this question. Muslims, understandably sensitive to any hint the Prophet might have been a plagiarist, have always tended to resent the inevitable implications of such a project. And yet, once God is discounted as an informant, it is surely not unreasonable to wonder just how it came to be that so many characters from the Bible feature in the Quran. Perhaps, so it's been suggested, Muhammad absorbed Jewish and Christian influences during his business trips to Syria. Or perhaps, despite what the Muslim sources tell us, there were in fact thriving colonies of Jews, Christians, or both in Mecca. Or perhaps there was a crisis of capitalism among the Quraysh, one that saw successful merchants and financiers growing ever more obscenely rich, even as those on the breadline were left searching for a new spiritual and political solution to the malaise and disquiet in the city, and finding it, somehow, in some unspecified manner, in the spirit of the age. Yet all these explanations run up against a familiar stumbling block. Given that the Prophet's earliest biographers were writing almost 2 centuries after his death, how far can we legitimately accept their presumption that 7th century Mecca was genuinely a place of great significance and wealth, the mother of cities? It's plausible enough that it might have been a centre of pilgrimage for the local pagans, but that it ranked as the Dubai of its day, a prosperous and cosmopolitan trading hub brought to flourish in the depths of the desert, is most certainly not. What incentive could there possibly have been for anyone with an eye for a prophet to base himself in a barren valley many hundreds of miles from the nearest consumerist fleshpot? Even the few camel trains that still plodded northwards from Himyar, heading for a Roman market that had long since lost its appetite for incense, went by a road that bypassed Mecca altogether. A merchant from Alexandria might cheerfully discourse about the trading opportunities in entrepôts as far afield as India, and never even so much as allude to Mecca, on his doorstep though it effectively was. In gazetteers written by Muhammad's contemporaries, whether diplomats, geographers, or historians, mentions of it are notable by their glaring absence. Even in the Quran itself, the word appears just once. In the belly of Mecca, it was God who held their hands back from you. An allusion that might as well be to a valley as to a city. Otherwise, in all the vast corpus of ancient literature, there is not a single reference to Mecca. Not one. Only in 741, more than 100 years after the prophet's death, does it finally crop up on the pages of a foreign text, and even then the author locates it in Mesopotamia, midway between Ur and Haran. Clearly, then, whatever else Mecca might have been in the early 7th century, it was no multicultural boomtown. So how is it, in a book supposedly composed there in Muhammad's lifetime, that the monotheisms of the far distant Fertile Crescent should have been given such a starring role? It's all very mysterious, and made even more so by the fact that Mecca is not alone in seeming to have had a spectrally low profile in the early decades of the Arab Empire. So too did the Quran itself. As with the reputed birthplace of the Prophet, so with the compendium of his revelations. There is not a single mention of it in writings of the period. In the first flush of the Ishmaelite takeover, the Patriarch of Antioch assumed that his new master's holy book was the Torah. Such a presumption, of course, might well have reflected nothing more than wilful blindness, except that it was far from being confined to bishops. More than a century after the death of Muhammad, Muslims, as they were now starting to call themselves, might betray a very similar ignorance. Even as Christian bureaucrats, tracking the peculiar beliefs of their Arab overlords, began to note the existence of various frivolous tales composed by Muhammad, Muslim scholars, in their concern to identify precisely what the Prophet might have taught, were still perfectly capable of overlooking the Quran altogether. How, for instance, did God wish adulterers to be punished? To this question, hadith after hadith provided the same unyielding answer as was to be found in the Torah. He wished them to be stoned. Yet this was not at all what was taught in the Quran. There it could be read that God, ever compassionate, merely wished adulterers to be given 100 lashes. How to explain such a discrepancy? If the Quran truly originated in the lifetime of Muhammad, and have been preserved and cherished by his followers ever since as the unchanging word of God, why was it that so many Muslim jurists, and prominent ones at that, had disregarded it as a source for their rulings? The mystery seems only compounded by the complete absence of any commentaries on the Quran prior to the 9th Christian century, and by the fact that even then different communities of the faithful preserved different versions of the holy text. Perhaps it's hardly surprising, then, that many a scholar today, confronted by the dogma which teaches that the Quran derives unaltered and immaculate from the lifetime of Muhammad, should be tempted to raise an eyebrow at the very least. How far is such skepticism justified? Much, of course, hangs on the answer. Nothing better illustrates the extreme sensitivity of the issues at stake than the fate of a cache of Qurans that was found some 40 years ago in Sana'a, capital of what was once the Jewish kingdom of Himyar and is now the Muslim Republic of Yemen. Uncovered by workmen in the ceiling of the city's oldest mosque, stuffed into 17 rough Hessian sacks and preserved from oblivion only by the sharp eyes of the Yemeni antiquities chief, the great mass of parchment contained fragments of what are almost certainly the oldest Qurans in existence. 4 decades on from their discovery, however, these precious manuscripts remain shrouded in mystery. Only 2 researchers, both German, have been permitted to study them. When one of these, an expert in Arabic paleography by the name of Gerd Rüdiger Puin, publicly asserted that the fragments demonstrated that the Quran, no less than the Bible, had evolved over time and was a veritable cocktail of texts, the Yemeni authorities reacted with fury. To this day, the Quranic fragments in Sana'a remain unpublished, nor have any further Western scholars been permitted to study them. As a result, their true significance remains opaque. But not wholly so. Granted that Puin's researches do indeed seem to suggest that words, spellings, and even the order of verses in the Quran were perfectly capable of being misread and miscopied, it is apparent as well that these alterations were only ever involuntary errors. There is not a hint of deliberate fabrication in any of the Sana'ah fragments. Phrases may vary substantially from manuscript to manuscript, but entire passages never do. At no point, it seems, was the Quran ever the equivalent of a collection of hadiths, something to be added to upon the whim of some caliph or scholar. In fact, nothing better testifies to the dread and reverence with which every last word of it, every last letter, was patently regarded, than the fact that jurists were prepared to swallow even a glaring embarrassment, such as its ruling on adultery. Wriggle though they might, with some claiming that stoning was actually prescribed in the Quran as the original penalty for the offence, but that the relevant verse had been devoured by a hungry goat, no attempt was ever made to improvise something new. Even the earliest Sana'ah fragments reveal an awed sense on the part of those responsible for them that something of profound and terrible holiness was being put to paper, far transcending human invention. If, as both Puin and his colleague have argued, these earliest fragments are to be dated to the beginning of the 8th century, it would suggest that their ultimate origins must lie well before that time. The daring thesis floated some decades back by a few venturesome scholars that the Quran might have been the product of protracted evolution and that it arrived at something like its current state only at the end of the 8th Christian century, seems to have been conclusively disproved. Irrespective of all the revisions and variations Puin has traced in the Sana'ah fragments, the bedrock of the Quran appears hewn out of solid granite. This, however, begs any number of questions in turn. How was it that a book so revered should simultaneously have been neglected for so long by so many Muslim jurists? What precisely was the prehistory of the Quran prior to its first appearance in the written record in the early 8th century? Does the fact that every man who ever copied it appears to have done so in the unshakable conviction that he was transcribing words of unparalleled holiness mean that we can trust the Muslim traditions that explain how it came into being after all? Perhaps. But a familiar problem, like a nagging headache, persists. It remains the case, and disconcertingly so, that the earliest surviving biographies of the Prophet were written whole generations after his death, and that their accounts of the origins of the Quran are such as cannot possibly be taken for granted. Just how yawning, then, just how much of a rupture might the gap between the traditional date of the Holy Book's composition and the first commentaries on it actually have been? The Quran, as it disarmingly acknowledges in one of its own verses, contains no lack of ambiguous material. There are contradictions, abrupt shifts in voice, topic, and tone, and baffling allusions. That brilliant intellects from the 9th century onwards should have devoted themselves to the immense task of clarifying these same ambiguities does not necessarily mean that they had inherited authentic information as to what the holy text had originally meant. In fact, it might mean just the opposite. Long before the coming of Islam, scholars labouring over other works of Scripture had inadvertently demonstrated an unsettling truth. The greater the sense of awe with which a text was regarded, the more complete might be the amnesia as to the original circumstances of its composition. Back in the Iran-Shah of Peroz, the Zoroastrian priests, resolved as they were to adapt their inheritance of ancient scriptures to the political requirements of their church, had shown not the slightest hesitation in shifting the birthplace of Zoroaster to Media. The Talmud, of course, was nothing if not a project to demonstrate that Moses would have been perfectly at home in the yeshivas of Sura and Tiberias. Christian scholars, keen to establish the primal antiquity of their own faith, wrote whole reams of commentaries on the Tanakh, proving that what they termed the Old Testament was in fact a foreshadowing of Christ. If adherents of the evolving religion of Islam, confronted by a scripture of indubitable holiness, but rife all the same with passages that they could barely understand, did set themselves to the elucidation of its mysteries, not as historians, but rather as men concerned to comprehend the workings of God, then they would have been doing nothing that Maomedes or rabbis or bishops had not already set themselves to achieve. To establish when the Quran might have been composed, therefore, and whether it does indeed provide us with an authentic source for the Prophet's life and times, it's essential first to strip away the great cladding of commentary that has been woven tightly around the holy text since the early 9th century, and make an attempt, at the very least, to see it naked and unadorned. This is no easy task, however. The same ambiguities that prompted Muslim scholars to compose their immense array of commentaries and biographies of the Prophet still render it challenging, to put it mildly, to read the Quran in the light of the Quran alone. Unlike the Bible, which name-checks any number of conveniently datable rulers, from Cyrus to Augustus, the Quran betrays what is, to any historian, a most regrettable lack of interest in geopolitics. Those who are named in its pages tend to be angels, demons, or prophets. There are the 4 mentions of Muhammad himself, of course. Then there is an enigmatic figure called Zayed, who seems to be both the ex-husband of one of the Prophet's wives and his adopted son. Tradition would subsequently identify him as a one-time slave who died in battle as an early martyr for Islam. Finally, there is an unbeliever by the name of Abu Lahab, who appears in the biographies of the Prophet as his uncle, and who is condemned, together with his wife, to burn in the flaming fire. No other contemporaries of Muhammad are mentioned by name in the holy text. The focus of the Quran is fixed implacably, not on the personal, but on the divine. Before the awful dimension of such a radiance, in which God's omnipotence can be experienced as something both intimate and cosmic, as a presence that is simultaneously closer to the believer than his own jugular vein, and more remote than the most distant star in the universe, what is any mere mortal? The voices that feature in the Quran are those of God himself and his Prophet. No one else gets much of a hearing. Which is not to say that there is no sense of dialogue in the Quran, for in truth it is a most disputatious book. Always, however, those who are being variously scorned, chided, and refuted by the Prophet lurk off stage, their voices unheard, their beliefs unaired. Mushrikun, they are called, those who are guilty of shirk. Such an offence, the belief that supernatural beings might be partnered with God as fit objects of worship, would end up enshrined by Islam as the most unforgivable of sins, of course. And so perhaps it's no surprise that the presumption should have grown up among Muslim scholars that the mushrikun had been rank idolaters and pagans, worshippers of stock and stone. This, however, is not at all what the Quran itself implies. Indeed, based purely on the evidence contained in the holy text, the mushrikun seem to have shared a whole range of beliefs with Jews and Christians, not to mention the Prophet himself. That the world was created by a single God, that this God would listen to those who approached him, whether through prayer or pilgrimage, that he ruled as Lord of the angels. All this, it is clear enough, was common ground between Muhammad and his opponents. So too was familiarity with characters from the Bible, something taken wholly for granted in the Quran. Where the mushrikun erred, however, according to the Prophet, was in their adherence to a truly shocking notion, that God had fathered the angels and would listen to any prayers that might be raised to him through their agency. Even worse, in a world where no man ever doubted his superiority over women, the mushrikun actually presumed to turn the angels, servants of the All-Merciful, into females. Whether this was actually what the Mushrikun had done is, of course, a rather different matter. They follow nothing, those who worship partners apart from God. They follow nothing but conjecture. They utter nothing but lies. Hardly, it is fair to say, the most nuanced cataloguing of what the Mushrikun might actually have believed. The Prophet was clearly no encyclopedist. He lacked the insatiable passion of an Epiphanius for cataloguing the precise details of his opponent's follies. Whoever or whatever the Mushrikun may have been, it is impossible to glimpse them save through a swirling fog-bank of polemic. Certainly there's nothing in the mere fact of their existence that helps us to pinpoint when they flourished. It is fortunate, then, that the Quran does not float entirely free of history's moorings. Among its 114 chapters, or surahs, there are just a few scattered clues to its likeliest date of composition. Of one thing at least we can be certain. Its final form long postdates the implosion of the Talmud, that large confederation of Arab tribes employed by the Romans and who are commemorated by the Prophet as the exemplification of worldly greatness brought low. Time was, he reminds their ghosts, when God granted you mastery over the earth, when you seized its plains to build your mansions and carved houses from the mountains. Until, as payback for straying off the straight and narrow, they were dispatched by a scream so terrible that it left them withered like dry straw. If this name-checking of the Talmud appears to imply a certain familiarity on the part of the Prophet with the workings of Roman imperialism, then it is dramatically confirmed by another verse, the only one in the entire Quran to name a contemporary power. The Romans, it is reported, have been defeated in a nearby land, and yet, after their defeat, they shall be victorious in a few years. It's hard to know to what this might conceivably be alluding, if not the loss of Palestine to Khusro II. The prophecy might appear brief and almost throwaway, but its implications are momentous. So terrible was the great war between Persia and the New Rome, and so devastating its impact, that even in the very throne room of the heavens its reverberations were being felt. No other earthly conflict, after all, had served to prompt a long-range forecast from the Lord of Worlds himself. All of which, for the historian, suggests a most welcome and promising conclusion. Compared to the bogs and quicksand of other sources for the life of the prophet, the book of his revelations does authentically appear to offer us something precious, something almost like solid ground. Unlike the witness provided by the hadiths or the biographies of Muhammad or the commentaries on the Quran, the text of the Quran itself does seem to derive authentically from the prophet's lifetime. That makes it, a few other brief and enigmatic documents aside, our only primary source for his career. Such a resource is, in consequence, beyond compare, one that positively demands to be sifted for clues to the prophet's career and background. Identify these, and it may then be possible to find reflected in the Quran glimpses not merely of the prophet's personal circumstances, but of something even more suggestive, the broader context of the age. Take, for instance, the verse that prophesies which of the two great imperial peoples will emerge victorious from their terrible war. In its presumption that God favours the cause of the Romans, and that their fate has been graced with a literally cosmic significance, there is nothing incompatible with the Romans' own perennial self-conceit. Elsewhere in the Quran, too, there can be detected just the faintest echo of Heraclius's blowing on the embattled empire's war trumpet. They ask you, God tells Muhammad, about the two-horned one, Dhul Khunayn in Arabic. This, so the Quran goes on to reveal, was the title of a great ruler who journeyed to the ends of the earth, where he built gates of iron faced with bronze, and thereby imprisoned the surging hordes of Gog and Magog. To the apocalypse-haunted Roman people, This biography would have suggested only one man, and during the reign of Heraclius especially so. Alexander the Great, conqueror of the Persians and jailer of Gog and Magog, had lately become the name on every Christian's lips. Amid the humiliations and triumphs of the great war against Iran Shah, Roman propagandists repeatedly invoked his memory. Then, in 630, with Khusro finally toppled and Heraclius about to enter Jerusalem, a fabulous story had begun to circulate in Syria, clearly written in honour of the moment and featuring Alexander. The great conqueror, it appeared, had not only reached the setting of the sun and walled up Gog and Magog, he had also delivered a prophecy, foretelling how, at the end of days, the sway of the Christian empire would be extended to the limits of the world. Reassuring news for Heraclius, and sure enough, just to ensure that no one missed the point, Alexander was shown in the story vowing to head for Jerusalem and to take with him a silver throne, so that when the Messiah comes from heaven, he may sit upon this kingly throne, for his kingdom lasts forever. Not the most subtle parallel with Heraclius's own shouldering of the true cross, perhaps, but ringing enough to be sure. In fact, it's a measure of just how effective the story was as a celebration of the emperor's entry into Jerusalem that the tale of Dhul Qurnayn in the Quran appears to have been modelled directly upon it. Plot, imagery, even the hero's distinctive horns, all are identical. Here, then, if anywhere, it's possible to pin a precise date upon a segment of the Quran. And yet, despite this, the tale told of Dhul Qurnayn betrays barely a trace element of its genesis in the Roman propaganda of 630. Certainly nothing remains in it of Alexander's prophecy that the new Rome will inherit the world, and that Christ will then come again. Instead, its vision of the end days, complete with the surging like waves of Gog and Magog and the dramatic materialization of hell, has a quality of the utmost timelessness. Nothing overtly Christian, and certainly nothing overtly Roman. Nor, in a book positively obsessed by the prospect of the world's annihilation, are all the numerous other predictions of the end days any different. When the sky disintegrates, when the stars are strewn, when the seas are made to erupt, when graves are dispersed, each soul will know what it did, and what it failed to do. There is nothing here in the terrifying power of such a vision to suggest that it might have been prompted by any specific mood of crisis. Just the opposite. The clear and fearsome message of the Quran that the wicked stand in the shadow of eternal punishment, and that those who have oppressed the weak will answer to God for their crimes upon a day of resurrection, possesses an all-too universal resonance. Nevertheless, the sheer urgency with which the prophet hammers home his warnings and tells his followers to prepare for the hour of judgment suggests that he had good reason to dread its imminence. Muhammad, as his familiarity with Heraclius's propaganda demonstrates, was not oblivious to the firestorm sweeping through the Near East. The cloud of ash that had hung dark over Maobeds in Ctesiphon, monks in Constantinople, and rabbis in Tiberias had the prophet in its shadow too. Far from reaching him as distant rumours, the terrors and upheavals of the age seem to have been sufficiently close to ring in his ears. The Quran, haunted as it is by a dread of the wrath of God, and of the puniness of mankind before an omnipotence that can convert the entire world into dust, is no less of its time for having a perspective that disdains to focus on specific events, whether a plague that had recently wiped out a third of the population of the Near East, or a war that had been raging for decades. For every nation there is an appointed span of time. When their time arrives, they can neither delay it nor bring it forward, even for an instant. Viewed from this perspective, the calamities that were even then convulsing the empires of Persia and the New Rome were nothing exceptional. The gaze that Muhammad brought to the agonies of his own generation was one that distinguished in the rise and fall of great powers merely the ceaseless gusting of grains of sand upon desert winds. Ever since the moment of creation, what had mattered to humanity was not the vagaries of history, but rather a question as eternal as it was urgent. How best to choose between good and evil? This is why, in the pages of the Quran, it is not kings or emperors who feature, but prophets. Muhammad was, of course, only one in a long succession of messengers sent by God to summon people to repentance. What need, then, when the truths that they revealed were unchanging, to specify where or when they might have lived? To God, and to God alone, belongs the knowledge of all that is hidden in the heavens and earth. Figures from even the recent past were of interest to Muhammad only once they had been bleached of all context, all individuality. So, for instance, when the 7 sleepers of Ephesus are introduced into the prophet's revelations to be praised by him as youths who believed in their Lord, he does not mention Ephesus, nor that there were 7 of them, nor even that they were Christians. As with the 2-horned one, so with the people of the cave. Threads drawn from the rich tapestry of Roman fantasy have been woven into a very different pattern. Not, of course, that every filament drawn from the past could be reworked in such a manner. The world, as Muhammad well knew, was a various and error-ravaged place. It behoved the believers to stand on their guard. A stern and awful warning, and one that the prophet would never tire of issuing. Here, in the fretful consciousness that there existed only the one true God, but that many different faiths claimed to understand him, was the authentic neuralgia of the age. No less than a rabbi fretting over the minim, or a bishop sniffing anxiously after heretics, Muhammad was both appalled and transfixed by the sheer variety of peoples with different beliefs who filled the world. The adherents of some of these, such as the mushrikun and the fire-worshipping devotees of Zoroaster, clearly lay beyond the pale. But what of the Jews, say, or the Christians? Whoso disbelieves in God, his angels, his books, his messengers, and the last day, has strayed far in error. By this measure, as Muhammad himself seems to have been uncomfortably aware, there was precious little to separate a rabbi or a monk from a mu'min, a believer. Indeed, to some extent, all the prophet's many pronouncements on the Jews and the Christians, scattered throughout the pages of the Quran, resemble nothing so much as a protracted twisting in the wind. At times, the Torah and the Gospel might be hailed as guidance to mankind, sent down from heaven, and those who reverence them as the al-Kitab, the people of the book. At other times, the Jews might be damned with blood-curdling ferocity for their treachery, and the Christians for ascribing a son to God. Such tension was nothing new. It echoed the same mingling of fascination and loathing that had characterized Jewish and Christian attitudes to one another in the first few centuries after Christ. Perhaps had a Christian written a book that gave a voice to Ebionites and Marianites in the years before the Council of Nicaea, it would have spanned the same extremes of tolerance and hostility towards the Jews that are found in the Quran. Muhammad, in his struggle to decide where precisely to draw the frontier between his own teachings and those of the people of the book, and how high to raise the barriers and watchtowers, was wrestling with a problem many centuries older than himself. Nor, it seems, was he wholly oblivious to the fact. On one level, it's true, the Quran records a very specific moment in history, a moment that internal evidence, as well as tradition, identifies with the early decades of the 7th Christian century. Muhammad, in his concern to define for the believers the troublesome border zone that separated them from the Jews and the Christians, was perfectly capable of doing so in a manner that any pious Caesar would have recognized. Just as Justinian had prescribed swingeing financial penalties for all those who do not rightly worship God, so was it decreed in the Quran that Jews and Christians should pay a special tithe, the jizya. and in such a manner as to render their inferiority manifest to all. Taxation combined with triumphalism. Here was bullying in the grand tradition of the Roman state. That it was Christians who now faced fiscal penalties for belonging to a superseded faith, rather than imposing the fines themselves, only compounded the irony, of course. The prophet, insofar as he did care to offer specific policy recommendations to his followers on the patrolling of religious diversity, was very much a man of his age. And yet, in truth, his gaze was only partially fixed upon the present. In the Quran, the pretensions of the Jews and Christians are presumed to be something timeless. As with great empires, so with great religions. The precise parabola of their evolution was as nothing to the prophet. The stirring events that had shaped the imperial church no more intruded upon his consciousness than did the wars of the Caesars, of the great councils, of the anguished disagreements between Chalcedonians and Monophysites, of all those emperors, bishops, and saints who, over the centuries, had struggled with such passion and such earnestness to arrive at a consensus as to the nature of Christ. Of these, in the Quran, there is not so much as a hint. In fact, there are no Christians at all in its pages that the contemporary church would have acknowledged as its own, save for the monks of the desert, and even these are so shadowy a presence that the prophet can never quite decide whether to laud them as models of humility or condemn them as monsters of greed. So when Muhammad spoke of Christians, whom did he have in mind? A clue, perhaps, lies in the unexpected word he uses to describe them, Nasara. The name would have meant very little to the vast majority of 7th-century Christians. Only the learned, scholars familiar with the works of Jerome and Epiphanius, perhaps, might have pricked up their ears. The Nazareans, those curious heretics who held to the law of Moses and believed that the Holy Spirit was Christ's mother, had long since vanished from their ancient Palestinian heartland. Yet, in the Quran, composed a full 2 centuries after Jerome had noted the Nazareans as a mere fading curiosity, not only is their name used by the prophet as shorthand for all the people of the gospel, but their doctrines provoke some of his bitterest contempt. "Did you really say to people," God is shown asking of Jesus, "take me and my mother as 2 gods instead of God?" An indignant Jesus volubly protests his innocence. As well he might have done, for the charge being laid against him was the mortal charge of shirk. Now, it's true, of course, that the Quran was labouring here under an almost grotesque misapprehension. Orthodox Christians, despite what the Nazareans may have believed, had absolutely no notion of any God the Mother. Nevertheless, the prophet had not wholly got the wrong end of the stick. By accusing the Christians of shirk, he had ripped the bandage off a very ancient sore. For 600 years, the issue of how the relationship between God and Jesus was properly to be defined had been an itch that few Christians had been able to leave alone. For half of this span, admittedly, ever since the Council of Nicaea, it had pleased the leaders of the Catholic Church to imagine that there did exist a definitive answer to the problem, approved by Caesar and sanctioned by the heavens. In reality, of course, as the Arian loyalties of the Ostrogoths and Vandals had shockingly served to demonstrate, the garden of Christian orthodoxy had never been totally cleared of weeds. A heresy, if it could manage to put down roots beyond the reach of the imperial church, might still enjoy a certain late flourishing bloom. What then to make of the references in the Quran to the mysterious Nasara? That Arianism had long been able to prosper amid the bogs and forests of the north suggests that the Nazareans might very plausibly have endured in the deserts of the south. The implications of this, nevertheless, are more than a little disorienting. The origins of the Nazareans, after all, stretched far beyond the time of Jerome, right back to the origins of the Christian Church. The questions posed by their doctrines struck at the heart of what Christianity, in the wake of Nicaea, had evolved to become. What precisely did it mean to say that Jesus was the Son of God? How might the Trinity best be defined and explained? Were Jews and Christians doomed to eternal mutual hatred, or were they better regarded as children of the same book? Certainly, if the Nasara are indeed to be equated with the Nazareans, then it might help to explain why the Quran, despite clearly having attained something like its final form early in the 7th Christian century, should seem haunted as well by the whispers of some very ancient ghosts. The one-sided debate to be found in its pages on the nature of Christ, one which firmly rejects the Trinity and affirms that Jesus himself was only ever a man, has a breath about it that seems to rise from an eerily distant age. Older than Nicaea, let alone Chalcedon, it had raged most bitterly back when there was no single church, merely a multiplicity of sects. "They killed him not," the prophet declares, "nor did they crucify him, but so it was made to appear to them." Such a notion had not been heard for many centuries. What was it, after all, if not the very argument of the long-scotched gospel of Basilides? The voice we hear is not necessarily that of Basilides himself, of course. Nevertheless, the echoes of long-muted Christian heretics, of Gnostics and Nazareans, are sufficiently loud in the Quran to make one wonder from where, if not from God, they might possibly have come. This issue is rendered all the more haunting because vanished Gospels are not the only traces of an often fabulously distant past to be found in the verses of the Holy Text. Like a mighty cliff face compounded of different layers of sediment, in which, just occasionally, fossils are to be glimpsed, exposed by rockfalls and weathering, the Quran hints at entire eons that have been and gone, and yet endure, contained within itself. Many of these same hints, not surprisingly, have always been regarded by commentators as somewhat of a puzzle. Just as fossils, prior to a proper understanding of the Earth's geology, provoked many a furrowed brow among those who found them, there are phrases and even entire passages in the Quran that have always perplexed the learned. What, for instance, might one make of a short surah that takes as its theme the punishment of wrongdoers known as the people of the trench? Over the course of the centuries, numerous attempts have been made to explain this enigmatic phrase. Perhaps, so one early scholar suggested, it referred to the servants of a king who fired Abraham into a burning trench by means of a catapult. Or perhaps it related to the atrocities perpetrated by Yusuf against the Christians of Najran. But what if it were not original to the Quran at all, but derived instead from another written source, specifically one of those mysterious ancient Jewish texts that occasionally cropped up in the wilds of the desert beyond Jerusalem in late antiquity? The discovery in more recent times of an entire cache of such manuscripts, the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls, has led a number of scholars to suspect a link between their teachings and those of the Quran. What should be a designation for hell in the Dead Sea Scrolls, for instance, if not the trench? And what should be the fate of the damned on the Day of Judgment, if not to be consigned to that trench's fires? Could this, then, be a possible source for the mysterious and much-debated phrase in the Quran, a vision of the end days preserved from a distant Jewish past? Certainly, it is notable throughout the course of his revelations that the prophet returns again and again to a notion that few of his contemporaries in either synagogue or monastery would have thought to dispute, that the will of God can indeed be fathomed through the written word. With him are the keys of the unseen. None but he has knowledge thereof. He knows all that is on land and on sea. Not a leaf falls, but he knows it. Not a seed in the darkness of earth, not anything fresh or dried, but it is inscribed in a manifest book. This, rather in the manner of the Talmud, is to cast the whole of creation as a scripture. But elsewhere, the prophet is more explicit in his praise of the truths to be found in ancient scrolls. By these, he hurriedly goes on to specify, he means the scrolls of Abraham and Moses. And yet the sheer wealth of allusions, echoes, and remembrances in the Quran, enriching it and yet never overwhelming it, drawn from a bewilderingly eclectic array of sources, and yet made triumphantly, inimitably its own, serves to suggest that Abraham and Moses were not, perhaps, alone in having influenced the prophet. From the propaganda of Roman emperors to tales of Christian saints, from long-vanished Gnostic Gospels to ancient Jewish tracts, traces of all these writings have been convincingly identified in the Quran. Just as Muhammad claimed to be the seal of the prophets, so did his revelations contain within themselves, as a revenant and spectral presence, hints of how other peoples, back in the often distant past, had similarly had experience of the divine. Even gods that were ancient, when Alexander was born, are not wholly absent from its pages. For what are the horns that Dhul Khornain sports, after all, if not the ram horns of Amun? Some would go further yet, and claim that the very visions of paradise contained within the Quran, complete with eternally boyish cupbearers, handsome like hidden pearls, who are bestowed upon the believers when they ascend to heaven, and beauteous, wide-eyed maidens shimmer with the primordial glamour of the banished gods of Greece and Rome. Certainly, it would seem a striking coincidence, otherwise, that Zeus, the pagan lord of Olympus, should have had his cupbearer an exquisitely pearl-like youth, and that his queen, Hera, the goddess of marital bliss, should have been famed for her seductively large eyes. Muslim scholars would certainly find themselves both perplexed and unsettled by the prophet's insistence that celestial maidens had wide eyes, believing it a description better suited to cows. Their twitchiness would hardly have been improved if they had known that Hera, in the poetry of the pagan Greeks, was invariably hailed as ox-eyed. The Olympians might have been long toppled from their thrones, and yet, in the pages of the Quran, the golden halls of their palace still blaze with a brilliant afterglow. Yet if this is the case, and if the revelations of the prophet do draw for at least some of their power upon visions of the sacred that elsewhere, in the Christian empire of the Romans, had long since been driven underground, then the mystery of their origins seems only to deepen. Even more far-fetched than the portrait of Mecca as a bustling city of merchant princes, after all, is any likelihood that it might once have been teeming with Gnostics, Roman propagandists, and enthusiasts for Homer and Virgil. Yet if the Quran, with all its rich and haunting sophistication, did not originate in Mecca, then where did it come from? If we are to attempt an answer to that question, there is only one place to look: within the pages of the Quran itself. Where? Muhammad is most unlikely to have realized it, but his claim to be setting a seal on the revelations of earlier prophets was not in fact original to him. Wisdom and deeds have always from time to time been brought to mankind by the messengers of God, so it had been declared some 3.5 centuries prior to the composition of the Quran by a man who had aspired, and with great self-consciousness, to write the ultimate in holy books. Mani, more than anyone before him, positively revelled in the blending of rival faiths. Born near Ctesiphon in 216, shortly before the city fell to Ardashir, he grew up within a Christian sect that, just like the Nazareans, practiced circumcision, held the Holy Spirit to be female, and prayed in the direction of Jerusalem. Such an upbringing clearly imbued in Mani a pronounced taste for the multicultural. By 240, when he appeared before the newly crowned Shapur I, he had already successfully fused Jewish, Christian, and Zoroastrian teachings into a spectacular new whole, while also claiming, just for good measure, to be the heir of the Buddha. Although Shapur himself, while intrigued by Mani's teachings, had failed to be converted by them, the self-proclaimed prophet's disciples spread to the limits of West and East and fashioned out of their master's teachings an authentically global faith. From Carthage to China, there had come to exist cells of Manichaeans in every country and in every language. They were even to be found, it may be, in Arabia. For the Sabaeans, a mysterious people who feature in the Quran alongside the Jews and Christians as one of the three peoples of the book, were, so it has plausibly been argued, none other than the Manichaeans. If that identification is correct, though, they were at most a tiny and beleaguered sect. Manichaeism, despite the best efforts of Mani himself, never managed to capture the loyalty of a Shahanshah, let alone a Caesar. As a result, by the lifetime of Muhammad, the two great empires of the age had forced its adherents into a desperate and bloody retreat. In Iran Shah, the Prophet himself had ended up martyred on the personal orders of Shapur's heir. Meanwhile, the Roman authorities, even prior to Constantine's conversion, regarded his teachings with the utmost suspicion, as a perfidious Persian attempt to corrupt their innocent and modest citizens. The Christian empire, naturally enough, had inherited and refined this hostility, so that Manichaeism, by the time of Justinian's death, had effectively been extirpated from the entire sweep of Constantinople's dominions. The most bitter and implacable opposition to Mani's doctrines had come, however, not from monarchs, but from the leaders of rival faiths, bishops, maubeds, and rabbis. To them, the upstart prophet's claims were doubly monstrous. It was not simply that Mani had cast their own scriptures as superseded revelations, although that, of course, was offensive enough. Even more loathsome, in their opinion, was the manner in which he had served as board to any number of rival faiths, forever mating and cross-breeding them, until, brought to life out of all the endless miscegenation, there had emerged the deformed hybrid that was his own sinister compound of teachings. Steeled by this perspective, both the Roman and the Persian authorities were confirmed in a fundamental presumption. The blurring and merging of beliefs, such as once had been common across the Fertile Crescent, was an offence that stank to the highest heavens. The no-man's land that stretched between the various faiths was on no account to be trespassed upon. What the faithful needed, as a synod of Nestorian bishops expressed it in 554, were high walls, impregnable fortresses, protecting their guardians against danger. Divided though Christians and Zoroastrians and Jews might be, yet on one thing they could all agree. The prospect of a second Mani was a horror not to be borne. War served only to deepen this conviction. Across the mangled provinces of Iran Shah and the New Rome, the horrors of the age saw an increasingly violent and desperate scrabbling by rival communities of monotheists for the patronage of God. Whether it was by Christians lamenting the rape of Jerusalem, or by Zoroastrians mourning the extinguished fire of the stallion, or by Jews bewailing the rumours of forced conversions, barricades were being raised, and trenches dug on an ever more formidable scale. In such a world, where the borders of faith had come to be trammelled and patrolled as never before, what best enabled a religion to thrive was reach and organisation and scale, much the same advantages, in short, as made for military muscle. Any sect unable to command such resources was doomed to suffer a lethal rate of attrition. By the start of the 7th century, monotheism's triumph throughout the two rival empires was almost total. Of the ancient habits of pagan worship that had once been so universal, only a few scattered outposts still held out. In Khorasan, for instance, all the empire-building efforts of the Zoroastrian priesthood had failed to topple Mir, that awful and sleepless avenger of injustice, from his mountainous and dawn-illumined throne. In Haran, too, which had long relied on its position midway between Rome and Iran-Shah to perpetuate its venerable cult of Sin, the majority of the inhabitants still persisted in defying their nominal lord in Constantinople and refused to worship Christ. Nevertheless, the future for the Lord of the Moon looked bleak. Under Maurice, a particularly officious bishop had been appointed to the city's see, charged with scouring it clean of demon worship once and for all. Secret pagans in high places had been exposed, put to death, and gibbeted in the high street. For the worshippers of the moon, then, occupation by Khusro II's forces had come in the nick of time. The Persians had been far too preoccupied with their conquest of the world to concern themselves with the cult of Sin. By 629, however, with the conclusion of peace and the evacuation of the Persians from Haran, a restoration to Roman control was imminent. The writing now really did seem to be on the wall for the city's idols. Pagans and Manichaeans, Jewish Christians and Christian Jews, persecution had been the common fate of all. There was no secure refuge from the imperial authorities to be found anywhere in the Fertile Crescent, save where it had always been, along its margins. For centuries, whether as a sanctuary or as a place of exile, the immense wilderness to the south of the two great empires had played host to beliefs that elsewhere had faded away, like ink on a crumbling scroll. To cross the frontier and head into the desert was therefore to step back in time. Only in Arabia, beyond the reach of monarch, bishop, or Maobed, did the ancient promiscuity of cults endure. That Jews and Christians were to be found among the Arabs was certainly true, but not so that either could be confident of dominating the other. Even in Himyar, where first a Jewish king and then a Christian invader had seized power, neither regime had done much to dispel Arabia's ancient reputation as a breeding ground for heresy. By posing as the heir of David, Yusuf had indulged in precisely the kind of showmanship fit to appall most rabbis, while in Najran, the name given to the great shrine raised in honor of those martyred for Christ, the Kaaba, bore unmistakable witness to the relish of the pagan Arabs for reverencing cubes. Nor, indeed, had Himyar ever been securely fireproofed as a Christian realm. In the last years of Khusro I's reign, a Persian-sponsored coup had terminated the Ethiopian occupation, and within a couple of decades Ctesiphon had established direct rule over the kingdom. The merchant from Iran-Shah, adorned with earrings and with a Persian twang to his speech, had become an ever more familiar figure to the Arabs, and with him, in his wake, he had brought the worship of Ormazd. One more religion added to all the others in the teeming seedbed. Meanwhile, far to the north of Himyar, on the margins of the Fertile Crescent, and especially along the margins of Palestine, there was even greater scope for cross-pollination. Nowhere else in the entire Near East had so many varieties and shades of faith survived intact. There were Jews, whose appeal to the Arabs of the desert had been noted long previously by Sozomen, and monks, those unyielding defenders of Chalcedonian orthodoxy, and the Monophysite warriors of the Banu Ghassan. Samaritans, too, despite the calamitous failure of their revolt against Justinian, had continued to dash themselves against the rock of Roman power, and then, in the wake of the inevitable defeat and repression that followed, to stream in broken misery out into the neighboring deserts. By abandoning the Holy Land, they were merely following paths already well trodden by others, by Ebionites, by Nazareans, by any number of Christian heretics. Not, it went without saying, that every pattern in the mosaic of belief to be found in northern Arabia was fashioned out of materials that were brought across the Roman frontier. The pagan traditions that had prompted Mundir to wet Al-Uzzah's altar stones with the blood of 400 virgins, and the Nabateans to worship the black Kaaba of Dushara, had never, in contrast to those of the Fertile Crescent, suffered active repression. If even the Christians of Najran had preserved, in the name they gave to their great shrine, evidence of their ancestors' reverence for worshipping rocks, then it suggests that elsewhere too in Arabia, wherever the faiths and customs of outsiders met with those native to the Arabs themselves, the scope existed not merely for conflict, but for that ultimate nightmare of the imperial authorities, the cross-breeding of rival beliefs. And this, by the time of the Great War, was a nightmare becoming reality. Mutant habits of worship were indeed being spawned in Arabia. In these hybrid cults was provided alarming evidence of what might emerge in consequence of a free market in faiths. What, for instance, were rabbis and monks to make of a community that acknowledged a single God to be the creator of the world, freely confessed his omnipotence, and had a thoroughgoing knowledge of Moses and Jesus, yet offered up prayers to Al-Uzza? Here, so its bitterest critic fulminated, was nothing but the filthiest and most degraded example of shirk. But the man levelling this accusation was no Jew or Christian. To Muhammad, the mushrikun were not unfathomable aliens, but something altogether more unsettling. Men and women forged in the identical crucible that had steeled his own message. The prophet, although implacably contemptuous of his adversary's reverence towards Al-Uzza and to other names summoned from the shadows of Arabian idol worship, those of Al-Lat and the third one, Manat, never actually accuses the mushrikun of worshipping this trinity of females. The word goddess does not appear once in the Quran, nor does the prophet so much as mention the existence of pagan sanctuaries or shrines. Idols, too, despite all the triumphant smashing of images that the prophet is supposed to have got up to at Mecca, are notable by their absence from his revelations, as also they are from the archaeological record. So if the mushrikun did not think of Al-Uzza as a deity, what did they believe her to be? No sooner has the prophet name-checked her than he makes sure to provide the answer. Those who deny the life to come give the angels female names. Here was the record of a single demotion. No longer a goddess, Al-Uzza had become merely a daughter of God, one of those many messengers of the Almighty whose beating wings, a brilliant gold amid the darkness of the age, were being heard in increasing numbers across the span of an anguished and desperate world. Muhammad was hardly the first to insist that those who, like the mushrikun, claimed to be monotheists and yet directed prayers to angels were hardly to be reckoned monotheists at all. Christians, ever since the time of Paul, had done exactly the same. To call upon the angels by name and to organize their worship is strictly forbidden. Such was the stern admonition of a church council held shortly after the death of Julian, at a time when bishops had particular reason to warn the faithful off practices that might smack of the pagan. Anyone who is apprehended devoting himself to this concealed idolatry, let him be cursed. Muhammad himself could hardly have put it any better. How easy it was for human beings, even those who devoutly believed themselves to be servants of the one true God,